and which he put at a simple, straightforward question that he wanted to elicit from her. Then Mr. Justin Amenuwo from the EC, that's the EC's council, also came in quoting CI 16, Rule 54, to buttress argument that, yes, the argument being put forward by Mr. Tachikata for a review is not, to him, there's nothing new in there, and therefore it doesn't warrant the court to use this special jurisdiction of review to look at this matter. And
nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Honorable Oppong Nkrumah. You're a second-time member of Parliament for Ofasia Yerebi. You've been Deputy Minister and Minister for Information in the last government. You've been nominated again. On behalf of the committee, I congratulate you on your nomination. We knew you as a broadcaster before you came to do politics. Now, is there anything else you want us to know, briefly, before we start asking you questions?
Chairman, thank you. Chairman, as my CV will suggest, I have an academic background in finance, in marketing communications, and in law. As you rightly said, I have worked in broadcast journalism, in law, and in private business before becoming a member of Parliament. My interests generally lie in the area of communication and entrepreneurial development. And beyond that, I'm not sure there's much I'd like to add.
Chairman, which committees of Parliament have you served on?
Chairman, I've served on the Committee of Finance and then on Constitutional and Legal Affairs.
Yes, Honorable Aya.
Thank you very much, Kojo. The Ministry of Information has some institutions under it. The Information Services Department, the Ghana News Agency, the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, the Ghana Publishing Corporation. Can you update us on what you've been able to do to improve the welfare, the capacity, effectiveness and usefulness of these institutions? I have read your handing over notes, and I wanted to update us on what you've done about these institutions.
Chairman, thank you. As the Honourable Member rightly mentioned, the Ministry has one agency that it has some direct supervision over, a number of other entities which I would not describe directly as agencies because they are of a special creation. Those are the state-owned media, and then has the Information Services Department. Chairman, perhaps I'll start with the Information Services Department, which is more or less a direct department under the Ministry. The Information Services Department is the implementing arm of the Ministry that is responsible for executing the programs that the Ministry may roll out. One of the first things that we had to do upon my assumption of office was to reorganize the Information Services Department now to focus on about 4 major areas. 1, public relations for ministries, departments, and agencies, properly so-called, and I'll explain that briefly. 2, public education campaigns where officers across the country with vans have an opportunity to disseminate government information. 3, research, and 4, which was a new creation, a division to see to the implementation of the Right to Information Act. So, Chairman, for example, in the public relations class, at the time we assumed office, we had about 46 PROs only. We have been able to augment that for the number to come up to about 72, ensure that they are all now registered with the Institute of Public Relations as professional PROs, and are now, with the availability of the resources we've made available, able to generate a lot of information from their various MDAs to the central ministry, which is what translates into our ministers' press briefings that you, for example, observe us do. Chairman, if you take, for example, public education campaigns, public education campaigns had suffered woefully before we assumed office because the ISD team itself was also woefully under-resourced. So far, we've been able to grow the ISD numbers by about 27%. We met about 721 staff. We've been able to grow it to about 987, provided laptop computers across. We have not completed the logistics supply exercise, but it's an improvement on what we came to inherit. We've also created the RTI division, which is now the division that has been able to provide information officers to a good number of ministries, departments, and agencies, and to process RTI requests that are coming in. And in the medium to long term, we look forward to completing the logistics improvement agenda at ISD. If you come, Chairman, to Ghana News Agency, for example, one of the things we had to do was to guide them. And Ghana News Agency, GBC, Ghanaian Times, are not agencies per se, because state-owned media are kept at arm's length. It's the NMC that has direct control over them. But with our guidance, we've been able to help them shift their focus and improve their market share. The data they have shared with me is that they've been able to grow their share of the market, i.e. media houses that are using their material for their news broadcast from about 37% to about 45% over this period during which I've been in charge. For the first time, we've been able to roll out their own self-owned websites with which they are publishing their information, and then they've set up a strong online unit with which they are working. As I mentioned, we don't directly manage them, but we provide guidance and resources, and we're happy to see
Chairman, let me come in.
results.
We are following through your answer to the Honorable Ayarga. So if you can take them one after the other, GNA, GBC, Ghanaian Times, share the specifics with us. What progress have they made? When you put the 37, we don't know where to locate it.
Chairman, I was speaking to Ghana News Agency specifically. So this is the growth in market share for Ghana News Agency specifically. For Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, for example, with the advent of COVID and lockdowns, they were able to establish the Ghana Learning Television. We've established a new radio station in Yendi. I was there myself to commission it, and I think I was the first presenter on air on that particular station to help get it up. The Garden City TV station is now functioning. We have successfully, through the Japan International Cooperation Agency relationship, assisted GBC to get some new logistics and equipment, which we outdoored. They still have significant finance challenges, I must say, in terms of outstanding electricity bills and old debts that are hanging around their necks.
How much debt, Chairman, how much debt that GBC owe?
Well, we inherited an electricity debt of about 25 million cedis, which has been ring-fenced, and we're exploring ways by which...
How much is it as at date today?
It's been ring-fenced, as I mentioned, because I think part of their transmission infrastructure, which was contributing to the growth in the electricity debt, because of the onboarding of DTT, they don't necessarily need to operate some of their old or analog equipment. And so it's been ring-fenced, but as I mentioned, they have debts in that area, and we have to work to find ways to...
No, you are quick to share with us, Chairman, with your indulgence, how much you inherited. What is the current debt of GBC, current?
Chairman, as I mentioned, it has been ring-fenced, so it has not been growing. It's a 25 million...
You ring-fence an amount. You just don't ring-fence. What did you ring-fence?
25, Chairman, 25.
So nothing has been added on.
According to the brief as I have it.
All right,
that
thank
is what
you,
it
Chair.
is. So that would be the situation with Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. Chairman, when it comes to the New Times Corporation, I think the major change you would notice is a change in the outlay of their newspaper from the old to the new with the structured colored formats that they have currently. Ghana Publishing Company, as per the last audited accounts that they shared with us, is improved in profitability. Today, it's been able to self-finance a new array of equipment, which was outdoor to the country, a matter of public record. And now we've been able to make a case for Ghana Publishing Company to be given cabinet approval to go into security printing to augment what they are doing, because it's a part of the industry that is doing pretty well. So between ISD and the state-owned media and Ghana Publishing, this will be the semblance of the story on my watch, Chairman.
The problem of assigning public relation officers to ministries, agencies, and corporations is the question of trust. You find ministers, chief executives, not given the ISD staff the space to fully function as their public relation officers. How have you dealt with that problem?
Chairman, one of the first things I instituted was, I think, twice a year engagement with PROs from the government structure, and it is one of the early things that they brought to my attention. So I, on their behalf, wrote to all colleague ministers asking that PROs be given space, A, to be in management meetings, because public relations is a management function, be given access and ability to have the kind of information that I require on a weekly basis for the weekly press briefings which we instituted. And we also, while at that, introduced an online platform through which they can, from their own offices, through an ERP, populate development in the ministry for us. We also got the Office of the Chief of Staff to reiterate that message to ministers. It has contributed in a significant uptick in the access that we get in terms of information from PROs across the ministries, departments, and agencies. And we also, when we engage with them, get the feedback that the old culture where a lot of PROs had been reduced to protocol officers in ministries, going to airport and coming back, is now toning down, and they are having room. Ministers also had an issue with sometimes the qualifications and the professionalism. It's partly why we have enrolled all our PROs into the IPR, so that they can also step up their game in that regard.
Now, as a country, we're trying to evolve and inculcate in our citizens certain core values. And let's say the values of meritocracy, developing a meritocratic society that deals with the question of protocols, people feeling they must cheat in exams and all sorts of things. So developing a meritocratic society. In what ways have you, in the past 4 years, as part of development communication strategies, tried to nurture such values in our society? Because we tend to just think that information ministry is so that we can come and defend government, positions and etc. But how are you able, using the institutions and facilities there, to inculcate the values of meritocracy and etc. that are core to our national values?
Chairman, all we've done in that regard is to deepen our collaboration with the National Commission for Civic Education. We recognize that in the communication space, there's noise and there's perception. And as you rightly said, you've been in the ministry before, so you know, as you've rightly said, sometimes people have a perception of who is bringing a particular message. But we found that the NCCE is a very good vehicle for doing those things which, because of sometimes the political nature of our work, even our best efforts may not be received by some segments of the population. And so you will notice that our collaboration, as in the collaboration between the ministry and the NCCE, has improved. The NCCE, as you notice, for example, in COVID times, has, as a result, been able to show up and get out there on the ground. We're just about to do a second wave with the vaccination rollout program where we are working hand in glove with the NCCE. But it's because we recognize that it is easier for people to receive some messages from them than from us, who may look politically, may I say, colored. And so that collaboration is what we are using to deliver on that.
Last question, Mr. Chairman. In the last 4 years, during your tenure as Information Minister, the perception is that the media has come under enormous attack. Many radio stations were shut down because of issues about licensing and other obligations that are reported not to have been met. What did you do? How did you fend off what was perceived to be an attack on the media and the perception that it was an attack on media perceived not to be politically friendly? That was the government that you belong to.
Chairman, thank you. Chairman, yes, it came to my attention during the period that there was a perception that there is an attack on media and on persons who practice journalism in this country. Chairman, if I may just have some liberty just to expand a bit before I specifically answer this question. Whenever you hear of a report, or whenever I hear of a report that a journalist has been attacked, in my mind, one of three things is most likely happening. First, it may be true. And there are instances in which it is true that this person has been attacked in his line of work of journalism. Then there are instances where it is false. It's a totally cooked up story. And then there are instances where it is a coincidence. Somebody may have been attacked. That person happens to be a journalist, but it has absolutely nothing to do with his work as a journalist. So for example, Chairman, if you recall, I think in 2006, if my memory is right, my colleague, Efia Pokua, and a couple of others, and this is a matter of public record, they went to the courts, the human rights courts ruled on it, went to NHIA to cover a story, and they were attacked by people because of the work they were doing. So that is a clear instance where it has happened. Then you can have instances where, again, if I take you back to about 2007, you'll recall the case of the Palava newspaper, Mr. Jojo Bruce Kwanzaa, subject of a court ruling and the matters that came and the story that he had been abducted, found with blood, etc. Later, the police wanted to charge him for deceit of a public officer. It turned out that that was not true, but it had been reported that a journalist was under attack. So that is an instance in which the report comes, but it's false. And then you can have coincidence. For example, Samuel Kwabena Ini, Ashanti Regional DJ, I think president at the time, between February and April 2007, shot in a bar, and initially the report was a journalist has been killed, suspected that he was in his line of work. I think by April, the police had arrested the persons, and it was because of armed robbery and proceeded to charge them and get a conviction accordingly. So anytime you hear or I hear of an attack on journalists, my professional understanding is that one of three things must be happening. So what did we do? We realized that one of the first things that needs to happen is to have the reports of attacks on journalists validated. Because as the reports go and nobody is investigating and validating, you would notice that over the years, our ranking on the World Press Freedom Index is coming down because all this chatter is picked online and it counts against us. So one of the first things we need to do is to validate. Another thing we need to do is to ensure that there's proper follow-up on whatever investigations are supposed to take place. And then we also need to provide the media with a lot of support and training on how they can also protect themselves or ensure they don't get into instances where they become the victims of attacks. Because journalism the world over, in fact, if you read the World Press Freedom Reports now, they argue that this is one of the most difficult decades for journalism. So what we did here in Ghana is that we introduced what we call the Coordinated Mechanism for the Safety of Journalists. It was my initiative, brought the Ghana Journalists Association, Ghana Independent Broadcasters Association, National Media Commission together. We explored the framework, went to cabinet, got approval, saved that the approval said it should be given to the National Media Commission to implement. And the ministry has provided National Media Commission with some resources that they are in the process of implementing this coordinated mechanism so that when a journalist says, I've been attacked, they can do a proper investigation and validate whether it's one of the false stories or it's a coincidence or it's actually true. They can also help us do the proper follow-up. For example, in the case of Ahmed Swale, very terrible incident that I'm sure breaks all our hearts. We regularly follow up from the Interior Ministry. The Minister Designate was here. You heard the answer that he gave to the committee, the same answer that he gives to us. But we're hoping that a body like this can also continuously be doing the follow-up so that it is not my word or the minister's word, but they can also be doing that. And then also to provide the necessary, as I mentioned, kind of training and support for journalists. And Chairman, while at that, let me just mention that for all of those who believe in supporting the safety of journalists, it's not enough to talk about it. I think we should also support the NMC with resources so that they can deliver on this coordinated mechanism effectively for our common good.
Honorable, that was a part of the question.
The second leg of it was media houses being shut down. What did you do? How did you help them out?
Well,
if you did.
The first thing I sought to do was to get an understanding of what was transpiring. The brief I got, and indeed the documentation that was given to me, showed that there were a number of media houses that had had their authorizations expired and were fined by the National Communication Authority for the expired authorizations. And they argued that the National Communication Authority did not have the power to fine them, and therefore they sued at the Electronic Communications Tribunal. The suit was at their instance. And the panel, Professor Dateba, Dr. Nina Kukweno, and a third whose name immediately escapes me, found that, yes, the National Communication Authority did not have the power to fine them because their authorization had expired. And to the extent that the authorization had expired, they could no longer hold on to those frequencies, and the NCA could not purport to fine them and still give to them an authorization which had expired. And the brief I got was that to that extent, the NCA then required of them to relinquish those frequency authorizations. But Chairman, it's important to clarify that media in this country is not required to license before it operates, except that those who want to operate an electronic spectrum must get spectrum authorization. So what was withdrawn was a spectrum authorization of these media houses. As it turns out, some of them are still operating today, albeit on other platforms that don't require
we'll come and take it on Monday. Yes. So we want, yes, Council.
Yes, my Lords, I was going to address you on that. My Lords, this court has held that a review application, a stay application, etc., they are distinct.
Yes.
So it's my humble submission that irrespective of the application that is filed, I believe that the main action will be guided by whatever the court says.
I'm going to give a date for judgment, but then there is a pending application which may have some adverse consequences on whatever judgment we are going through. So we are saying that we will take it on Monday and adjourn it for judgment. So Mr. Amenuvo, what's your problem?
Well, my Lord, I'll be guided.
Yes.
I'll be guided. I'm grateful.
Please, there is another motion for stay,
yes,
which was also fixed for today.
Yes.
Yeah, we will rise and come back and take the application.
Very well, my Lord.
The court will be
we are grateful.
Yeah.
All Rise. The panel will be reconstituted.
The law assented to in 2019 took effect 2020. A number of things we've done. First, we've created the RTI division at the Information Ministry. We have trained and deployed RTI officers to ministries, departments, and agencies across the country, as well as MMDAs, and then independent constitutional bodies. We had a roadmap that required 26 different activities to execute for the implementation of RTI. Chairman, I'm happy to inform your committee that currently about 18 of those activities have been completed, 5 are ongoing, 3 are not due to be executed yet. In terms of training and work, so for example, ministries, departments, and agencies, out of 526 officers that we need to train, we've trained 455 who are on the job today responding to RTI requests that are coming in. Across the districts, out of 552 that we are supposed to train, we've trained 483, and they are working today. And today, for example, at the end of 2020, the RTI units across government had received 56 requests. 56 requests. Had responded to all of them, granting access to 44 of them. About 2 of them were transferred, 4 of them were referred, 1 application was withdrawn, 1 was denied and is now on application for review. So between ISD research and then RTI division, those will be some of the highlights in my tenure so far.
I'm grateful, Mr. Chairman. On page 5 of the CV of the nominee, and if I may refer the nominee to page 5 of your CV, the first paragraph talks about research and publications, and there are 2 publications indicated here. One to do with corporate communication in banks, and the other to do with exploring the budget deficit, economic growth, and new evidence from Ghana. How relevant, as having indicated in your CV for this purpose, I suppose these findings hold some relevance to the portfolio you've been nominated to. What were the findings of these publications, the key ones, and how relevant are they to your nomination?
Well, Chairman, thank you. I think the first is my dissertation for my Master's in Business Administration. So we studied corporate communications in banks in Ghana, a number of banks, and studied the major challenge they were having. And one of the major challenges was the fact that often you will find a bank or an institution advertise something to the public, but internally, that internal communication to get everybody on board hadn't taken place. And so you go to a branch trying to access the product or service, and somebody at the branch who is supposed to know and administer it doesn't know. I find that it happens even in central government as well. So the lessons we drew from there, we are able to apply here in the development communications model we're trying to use by requiring internally a clear explanation of whatever it is that some ministry, department, or agency seeks to do, so that everybody in the government system at least has a good understanding and therefore is able to explain it. Have we been 100% successful? I don't think so, but it's work in progress that we can continue to improve on. Chairman, the next publication deals with the economic growth nexus between deficit and growth. I may not go into too much detail, but essentially we were studying the relationship between deficits and growth, and the finding essentially was that, contrary to the thinking that high spending brings high growth, if the high spending is leading to high deficits, then the subsequent years, the lagged effect is such that there's rather contraction. And so the neoclassical idea that high spending will bring high growth, we were able to provide evidence from Ghana between 2000 and 2015 using data from the Finance Ministry that does not apply. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That'll be all for now.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, in 2017, the Chief Justice set a special TV license court in all the 10 regions then to enforce that law on licensing of TVs. What is the status of that arrangement?
Chairman, my understanding, the last time I interacted with the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, is that had not yielded much effect. The reason, if I recall, is that the board and management of Ghana Broadcasting Corporation itself was contemplating other options for generating revenue for GBC. And it was around that same time that the then Director General, my understanding is, without full recourse to the board, wrote to the CJ to designate some courts. So the internal mechanism you need to push and pursue that was not necessarily forthcoming from within their own institution. But Chairman, I think we have a slightly different view of how funding that should go to GBC should take place. Under the DTT policy, we are looking at the Digital Access Fund and how monies from that fund, part of monies from that fund can be ceded to the public service broadcaster to make public service broadcasting more efficient. Because the arguments about who should pay TV license and who should not pay in contemporary times, I'm informed, does not find favor with a good number of stakeholders in the industry. So our view when we do get to that point will be to focus more on the Digital Access Fund. And I've been working, when I was Minister for Information, I was working with the then Minister of Communications on that project. My hope is that if you do pass me, we'll get back on it and move it forward.
Eric, hold it. Chairman, just one. Did I hear you say public service broadcaster? Is GBC a public service broadcaster or a state broadcaster within the meaning of the law establishing it?
Well, Chairman, within the meaning of the law establishing it, state broadcaster. Indeed, it fits into my earlier point about state-owned media.
But you just said public broadcaster. So that leads to it. Should we expect you as minister to take appropriate steps to revise the legislation governing the operations of GBC to situate it as a public broadcaster?
Yes, Chairman, absolutely. And I did make a representation to the National Media Commission, which is responsible for GBC, so to do. In effect, the National Media Commission set up a GBC reorganization committee to do that, because we can't directly do that as a government. But the committee never really got to work before the tenure of the Akufo-Addo administration one came to an end. My expectation would be that, yes, if I do get in office, to pursue that, get the NMC properly structured to put in place the review committee, and one of the products of the committee will be to revise the legislation to achieve what you are talking about, the public service broadcasting.
Chairman, just a comment so that the Honorable Eric continues. You know, GBC as state broadcaster, where they are, no one else is in terms of provision of service and information. Where they are, other radio, TV stations don't find those areas attractive. So they suffer a crisis of identity.
Cited before you, and your lordships may wish, therefore, to take that into consideration.
I know that addresses are not stated simultaneously.
Yes.
Yes, but then the problem with the message is that it appears to be a new beginning altogether. We have to do some cases to recognize the hearing. So we decided to have it. So we would want to come back on Monday. If you've not complied with it, yes, you can tell the court to maybe grant you some
Okay, so
Yes.
pending
Yes.
the Monday's application.
No problem. No problem. That one, it is well taken, but the order was a pending order, which had not been discharged or varied. To the extent that the application for today was filed on, I think, Tuesday or so. Yes.
My Lord, I'm not there. The application for today was, I'm not.
Yeah, but when we come on Monday, you want to take the, excuse me, sir. When we come on Monday, you will take the application and adjourn the case for judgment. Yes.
Very well.
Yes, Mr. Amenuwa.
Yes, my lords. I was going to make a submission on the application for stay of proceedings.
Yes.
And my lord, my submission is that this court has held in the case of the Republic versus High Court Commercial Division.
He hasn't moved the application. He hasn't moved the application. But he sought to draw our attention to the orders which we had made, yes, and the fact, yes, that he hasn't moved the application. Yes. No, Mr. Gotampa, has the application been moved?
No.
He hasn't moved.
My lord,
it's a court of, he must formally move the application. It has not been.
My lord, he hasn't formally moved it, but I was also informally drawing the court's attention to the court's own rule that says that when there's an application pending, you ought to comply with the orders of the court. The fact that you have an application pending doesn't mean that you disobey the orders of the court.
Please,
and that obeisance.
Didn't you hear me drawing the attention of counsel to the fact that there was a pending order? Yeah. In some cases, addresses may even be waived. Yes. The court can make an order that lodge your respective written addresses on or before this. So a party may decide to waive the address and allow the court to proceed to give a judgment. Yes, so don't belabor this point.
Very well, my lord.
That when we come on Monday and take the application, yes, we will decide to fix a date for judgment, period.
I'm grateful.
Please, do you want to formally move the application?
No, my lord, I will abide by your previous indications. I will come on Monday.
Yeah. No, this application is fixed for today.
The Monday matter is different.
It's different.
My lord, I knew that when I said that the matter of the review has been heard. And I drew attention to the fact that in terms of what remains, it has to do with the orders that your lordships gave. I drew attention to that. And I drew attention also to the fact that Order 36 Rule 43 makes certain provisions which are not quite consistent with what your lordship decided. Now, my lords, I took the indication that you gave to be that we would come on Monday in respect of that, because we don't want to have to keep repeating these issues are, because frankly, I mean, the issue, there's a motion for stay in respect of that as well. And in fact, we assume that the motion for stay will be heard first. But your lordships had a review. We are not raising an issue about that. I was just drawing your lordship's attention to Order 36, Rule 43. And your lordship explained that in the light of case management, you have done certain things and so on and so forth. But my lord, I mean, you then gave the indication that we should come on Monday. And I believe that it would be appropriate, therefore, for your lordships to record that indication, and we come on Monday and proceed appropriately.
We have to take the motion. It's a pending application which has been filed. We don't have copy, but the registrar has informed us. Yes. Yeah, I hear you have been giving copies. Yes. Sorry. The pending one, this one. If it is the case that you have filed another motion for stay, and this one is already on record, either it is leave is sought and it should be struck out as withdrawn, so that we wait for the Monday application and take it. We cannot certainly impose so much on you.
The point of my making reference to Order 36, Rule 4.3 is that we do not want to have to bring another formal application in respect of that matter, because we think that in terms of what one of your lordships has described as judicial economy, we think that if we bring this matter up before you in the context of this motion, your lordships may wish to advert their minds to it and give directions appropriately, and that can still be done on Monday after your lordships have had a chance. But your lordship gave the preliminary indication that even though Order 36, Rule 4.3 is very clear about the order of addresses when they have elected not to adduce evidence, very clear about that, even despite that, your lordships have taken a different course, and you have indicated that that different course is on account of the way that you handle election petitions and so on. So sometimes we go by CI 47, sometimes we don't go by CI 47, and it becomes extremely difficult for anybody in these circumstances to know, in advance what the court is going to do. So my suggestion, if I may, and your lordships can determine the matter within your discretion. My understanding, not my suggestion, my understanding of what your lordship indicated was that we come back on Monday, and as at that time, depending on whether we are proceeding with the motion for stay first or not, we may be in a position to seek leave for the current motion which relates to be struck out as moot, and then we proceed in accordance with that. But I thought that I was duty bound to bring your lordship's attention to a matter which we can raise in another way, if your lordships want us to raise it, regarding the non-compliance with Order 36, Rule 4.3.
I see that, but it has even been overtaken by events. They have even filed DS first. Well, yes, so please, I think we don't have to maybe go at length to address this, because they have filed it.
Well, they have filed. Well, we haven't been served anyway, but in any case, we don't need to be served, because the point I'm making is that they brought up Order 36, Rule 4.3.
For another matter.
Well, they brought it up.
Yes, in respect of another application.
Well, how can my lord say it's in respect of another? No, they brought the order. My lords, they brought up the order to your court, yes, seeking to have it applied, yes, in these proceedings.
In respect of closing addresses.
In the course of the proceeding.
But not in the respect of closing addresses.
My lords, with the greatest respect, in respect of everything, because Order 36, Rule 4.3, which they brought up, is supposed to guide the conduct of the proceedings after they elect not to adduce evidence. That's what that order provides. After they elect not to do evidence, so and so and so is supposed to happen, including the addressing. So, my lords, when they raised that matter up, that's when we did start raising the issues of what that order really is about. And in the meantime, your lordships had given certain directions about the filing, which were inconsistent with Order 36, Rule 4.3, and I was respectfully drawing your lordship's attention to that. And if we come on Monday and it is appropriate, you can withdraw that and pursue the other motion for stay and the application for leave. But my lords, if you want me also to move the motion, I'm prepared to move it and draw your attention formally on record to what I've drawn to your lordship's attention.
My lords, I was trying to point out to the court that this particular motion on notice for stay of proceedings is filed pending the application for review that has yet been determined. So, my lords, it's either my learned friend withdraws the motion or is struck out because it's moot.
My lords, I completely associate myself with counsel for first respondent, and to say that I do not know what this current application is saying. we cannot be staying the application for review, which has been settled. So it has no purpose and ought to be struck out if it's not ready to withdraw it as struck out.
My Lords, I've given my indication. I'm abiding by your earlier statement about Monday, and if your Lordships wish to decide otherwise, I leave it to your Lordships.
Also, you see, it's your application which is on record. We do not want to take any step till Monday. So if I understood them, they are telling us that the motion is moot. Yes, and striking it off the record doesn't occasion any injury to anybody. So that is their submission. So that we come on Monday, take the application for stay, and then the review which has been filed.
My Lord, I specifically took the opportunity to draw your Lordship's attention to what I believe is still relevant in the motion. That is that we did not file. We filed this motion ahead of the deadline that your Lordship has set for the filing of written addresses, because, my Lords, we wanted the matter of that deadline for written addresses to be dealt with in the context of that motion. That's why that motion has still relevance. And I respectfully draw your Lordship's attention to the fact that as we speak, your orders, indeed, which are pending, say that there should be simultaneous, in spite of Order 36, Rule 4.3. And I drew your Lordship's attention to that because I think that it is important that we all, try to assist to arrive at the appropriate and just processes that will lead to legitimate conclusions by this court. And so, as far as I'm concerned, your indication about Monday is what I thought was appropriate, because if on Monday you hear the other application, and depending on how you address the issue of addresses being filed, because we have not filed an address. That address has not been filed because of the pendency of the stay application. And we did not wish to take a step that would be prejudicial to our own interests. Because in terms of the addresses, if our review application were granted, we assume that there are no predetermined outcomes. And therefore, if there is no predetermined outcome of a review application, the review application, if it went into in our favor, would lead to a witness being, having to testify. That would be the result of the review application. So if we withhold filing a review, a written address, it's not out of disrespect to the court's order, but out of a respect to the fact that there's a pending review which can affect the filing of the address. Because if your Lordships were to grant the review, that would mean that a witness would have to come and testify, if your Lordships were to grant that. And as I said, we assume that there are no predetermined outcomes.
My Lords, I have two submissions to make to the court. The first is that the application for stay, as we said, was based on the review application which has been determined. And my lords, we all know that you can't put something on nothing. So once the review application is determined, no matter the degree of legal eloquence, that application is dead. That's my first point. My second point is that the order 36 rule 4, which he refers to, has a very important qualification. It says 641, unless the judge before whom an action is tried gives direction as to the party to begin and the order of speeches. My lords, this court has given directions as to the order of speeches. So counsel cannot seek to rely on that clause which gives the court the power to give directions otherwise than as stated in the rules. So this argument is totally misconceived once again and should not be given any consideration by this honorable court. The application, therefore, if counsel is not willing to withdraw it, should be struck out by this court. And consequently, the court has to decide what it intends to do with this defiance of its orders by the petitioner.
Mr. Gutampa, you are telling us what to do?
No, I'm not telling you. My lords, far from that. I'm not one of those lawyers who think that they know better than the court.
Order, please.
by court. This court is the opinion that the application for stay of proceedings was filed to stay proceedings before the hearing of the motion for review application. We think that as the motion for review has been determined by the full bench, the application for stay of proceedings is moot and same is struck out. The petition is adjourned to Monday, the 22nd of February 2021 at 9:30 a.m. for the pending applications to be taken.
You are grateful to the court.
My lords, we are most grateful.
All rise.
just briefly to a question that Honorable Eric Opoku asked about GBC. And I think I heard you, I don't know if I heard you right, say that when he asked about TV license and where GBC was with that project, you gave your answer and alluded that the former Director General tried to implement it without recourse to the board. I'm sure you are aware that before the former Director General was dismissed from his position, the NMC, which was the supervisory institution, instituted an investigation into the circumstances under which the TV courts were so-called. Yeah, and did you see a copy of the report as Minister of Information?
No, Chairman, I was Deputy Minister for Information at the time, and that was not my brief.
You had actually become Minister of Information before the former Director General was dismissed in September 2018.
Chairman, I became Minister responsible for information in November 2019.
2019, okay, that's fine. So when you say that it was without recourse to the board, are we taking it that you are saying it authoritatively, that this was the outcome of the investigation, or you are going by what was thrown out there, the narrative that was thrown out there when the TV license came out?
No, Chairman, in the brief I got from my predecessor minister, the Honorable Mustafa Abdulhamid, that was the information that was passed on to me. That's why in my earlier answer I said that the brief, as was made available to me, said so.
Thank you. My question is, as the main government information focal person, would you be able to provide this committee some clarity on the matter of frontier healthcare solutions? Some ministers designates have been here, about 4 of them, and none of them is able to tell this committee how we came about with Frontiers Healthcare Limited. But I want to find out whether, as the minister responsible for information, maybe you'll be privy to how we came by that, and whether we couldn't have used that opportunity to even give a local company the opportunity in order to build their capacity or to empower them, knowing that Frontier Healthcare is a Nigerian company, and whether we couldn't also use Noguchi to do the test at the airport.
Chairman, thank you. Chairman, I'm a member of the Presidential Task Force on the COVID-19 response program. COVID-19 response was escalated from the Ministry of Health to the Presidential Task Force level. The Presidential Task Force is the one that tasked the Ghana Airport Company Limited to explore options by which it could find an acceptable instant testing mechanism at the airport, which will allow the airport to be reopened. The Ghana Airport Company Limited then proceeded, according to the brief I have, then proceeded so to do and reported back to the Presidential Task Force that they had been able to come up with an option, and that option will allow people to be tested, I think, within 15 minutes at the airport. And then the airport could be reopened. Chairman, I have observed your committee's hearing. I have seen the question put to, I think, other ministers. Respectfully, if I may suggest, Chairman, I think that the most appropriate person would be the Minister for Transport, under who or the Minister for Aviation, assuming there was one, but now Transport, under who the Ghana Airport Company Limited operates. It is his agency. He will be best seized to provide all the details on that matter.
Thank you. My other question has to do with judgment dates. Yeah, in the last few weeks, we've read in the media a couple of issues about judgment dates that have bedeviled this country. In the previous government, the architecture was that we had a senior minister, we had finance minister, we had ministers of state, we had almost everybody in there. to play advisory roles. What would you say gave rise to this huge level of judgment debts that we are experiencing?
Chairman, I think we have all read in the media that there are some judgment debts. It is my expectation that we will be seized with the details and the proper documentation so that we can actually establish whether it's true or not. If there needs to be some investigation to find out, assuming it is true, how it was occasioned. It is after all of those that we can even take as a matter of fact that these are truths and therefore proceed to make some commentary or analysis alongside.
My last question is on COVID. As Minister of Information, can you give us some timelines on when to expect your rollout plan, basically, for COVID, and also tying it in with the Center for Disease Control in the USA has put Ghana on the radar as a high-risk country and actually advising its citizens not to travel to Ghana. How would you work to promote and project, sort of repair the image of Ghana, because it really gives us a bad image, although I wouldn't say we have much control over COVID, but once your country is isolated and called a high-risk country, what can we do as an information ministry to try and repair this image? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, the government of Ghana will be formally announcing the vaccination rollout program with all of its details. I will crave your indulgence that I do not go ahead of that formal government announcement in terms of timelines, etc., as the Honourable Member requested. The second part of the question deals with how will we repair Ghana's international image. I think that already on the global platform, Ghana is very highly applauded for how, as a country, we have managed the COVID situation so far. We've all seen various publications on international platforms and acknowledgement by WHO, etc., of Ghana's efforts. COVID is a global challenge. So even if today you are doing well, you can't take it for granted that it means you will forever be part of the top tier. So I think the answer lies in our substantive success, that we have to succeed collectively in the COVID program. Once we do that, like it was in the initial stages, the world itself would know that Ghana is one of the examples to look to. Chairman, if you observe today, a number of things that Ghana started doing months ago, many countries are now beginning to follow suit. And so I believe that the answer lies in the substantive success of our response program, and the world itself will know.
Very well. Honorable, yes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Honorable Nominee, and congratulations. Honorable Nominee, without prejudice to Chapter 12 of our Constitution, specifically Article 162 and 3, you would agree with me that in recent times there have been publications of issues against people or citizens of this country. And that's why I say without prejudice to Article 162.3, which allows the press or media freedom. But at the same time, with the permission of Chairman, I read, any medium for dissemination of information to the public which publishes a statement about a person, publishes a statement about against a person, shall be obliged to publish a rejoinder, if any, from the person in respect of whom the publication was made. Honorable Nominee, for some reason, it is becoming, I want to choose my words carefully, if you like, a practice where you listen to radio stations, you wake up in the morning and there are publications out there without necessarily cross-checking, as per the ethics of journalism, the facts of the matter. Now, by the grace of God, when you are giving the nod, we know there's a media commission. How do you think that you can work with the media commission effectively to ensure that there is a balance in the reportage? As I said earlier, this is without prejudice to Article 162.
Chairman, thank you. May I preface my comments by saying that the media has a very, very, very important role to play in our democracy. Indeed, the provision that you read, Article 162, Clause 5 and Clause 6, which enjoins the media to uphold the principles, provisions, and objectives of this Constitution and uphold the responsibility and accountability of the government to the people of Ghana, is a provision that is critical in ensuring that sunlight is thrown on all the activities of government so that people who get into public office do the right thing and do it in the interest of the people of this country. Chairman, unfortunately, however, because on the other side, the media landscape has been totally liberalized, there are, if I may land with a full sentence, because it has been totally liberalized, unfortunately, there are people who have the opportunity to practice media without recourse to, for example, a background training, whether in media law or media ethics, or who are operating in a space that suffers what is described on the international platforms as the products of the difficult economy when it comes to media practice. The consequence is that you have people who are practicing media and the output is below par, like you have suggested. I don't think that the answer is in throwing away the baby with the bathwater. Media is so important, as we have read already, that I believe what we need to do is to provide support for training, capacity building, and improvement in the quality of standards, even where we find infringements. So, for example, under the DTT policy, for television, for example, and under the Digital Access Fund that we are speaking about, there are efforts to ensure that we take away some of the costs that media on their own was bearing. At first, if you are setting up a TV station, you have to buy your own transmission equipment. Today, because of the DTT program, all you need is a studio to produce your content. You may not even need a studio. In fact, part of the DTT program is to set up studios so that content providers just provide. So to lower the cost of entry. But more importantly, I believe we need to fund the training, the continuous training and support for journalists to build their capacity and eschew some of the things that you complain about, which will require rejoinder, etc. I never studied media during my formal education. But when I had the opportunity to practice, my employer spent a lot of money and time putting me through training. I want to believe it contributed to my work. And that is why I believe that across board we must provide training and support for media. What we have done at the ministry is to introduce what we call the Media Capacity Enhancement Program. There's a working group made up of people from the Ghana Journalists Association, Ghana Independent Broadcasters Association, National Media Commission, GIJ, with the support of UNESCO and the ministry's funding, where they are putting together curriculum for people who are practicing and who need some touch-up on their skill set. That is what we are doing on our part. I know what the Communications Ministry is doing, but as I've said earlier, for all of those who are interested in media, it's not enough to talk about it, but we must put our money in the kitty and support the training and development of it. That is the only way you are going to get media that lives up to the standards that you are looking for, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, content management. Sometimes you're listening to radio stations. Some are even adverts on TVs, and people, if you like, marketing themselves to be able to double money and to do other things. They sell drugs, which ordinarily one would have thought that they would have sorted the prior consent and approval from FDA and all the relevant government agencies. And they are happening on the media front. Once again, not curtailing the rights of the media. How well can you, with the National Media Commission, ensure content management, i.e. some of the things that I've mentioned?
Chairman, thank you. And to make that happen, we need the broadcasting bill passed into law. As I mentioned, already some work has gone into it, but it is critical that we pass the broadcasting bill because it will also, among other things, now allow the National Media Commission to reintroduce the Content Authorization Legislative Instrument, LI 2224, which was shut down by the Supreme Court, which was very well intended, aimed at sanitizing the industry from some of the things that you and I don't want our children to be watching on television at certain times, but which, because of procedural matters, was shut down. So as has been mentioned earlier, we intend to pass a broadcasting bill, which should provide a broad legal framework upon which, for example, the legislative instrument like 2224 that was shut down can be brought to bear and begin to regulate some of these areas. I personally wrote to the Bank of Ghana protesting the activities of money doublers on television because in the absence of clear standards and legislation, you cannot even compel the stations not to put that on their network. The Bank of Ghana could use a route because they are more or less the custodians of our currency. So if they print currency and other people are also doubling currency, then they could act. And I think in the last 24 hours, they have issued some directives to that effect. But the substantive answer lies in passing the broadcasting bill so that the LI and other things can come to light and sanitize the situation. Thank you, Chairman.
Chairman, finally...
Chairman, Honorable Henry, let me just come in. I'm getting some guidance from Chairman. When you referred to the LI, you were specific, which has been, in your words, knocked down by the Supreme Court.
Yes, I said shut down. Shut down.
And then you further was saying to bring it back to form. Within the meaning of the constitutional article, to the extent that any enactment is inconsistent with the Constitution, the Supreme Court has the power that they exercise.
Absolutely.
So contextualize your statement. When you say bring it back to form, is it to disrespect the Supreme
Absolutely
Court?
Not.
When
Absolutely.
they have rightly exercised their mandate. And then also I'm happy the ministers for those who worked at national security brought it up. Just for you to be guided. The Honorable Brian raised it. Honorable Henry have raised it. Parameters. In Brian's context, public broadcaster, state broadcaster, commercial broadcaster, community radio. And the respected Professor Karkari and even Professor Audrey and Co. have written extensively on it. When will we have a legal framework which defines these parameters? Then we know, for instance, these are private players. We know, for instance, these are public. Then we know, for instance, this is a local Bimbila or a Yiribi as you come from their FM station. Thank you, Chair.
Chairman, thank you. And Chairman, as I was mentioning earlier, that is what the broadcasting bill will help us do. Because even, Chairman, the definition of broadcasting becomes a controversial matter, but the bill seeks to answer all of these questions. So as has been mentioned earlier, we'll be guided accordingly.
Yes, Honorable Ahi.
And he'll come to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, we are not finished. Honorable, I kindly hold on. Honorable Henry had not finished when the leader interjected. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, finally, your answer may, or your ministry may have to work with the Communication Ministry to provide solutions to this. Almost every person occupying positions of trust or sensitive positions, for that matter, have had his or her name, for that matter, dragged in the mud. Reasons being that Facebook, people are creating Facebook accounts for politicians, for bankers, name them, and they are duping people, extorting monies from them. Efforts have been made through other means in contacting Facebook, the managers of Facebook. It hasn't worked. Now, can you assure this House that when you are giving the nod, you will work with the Communication Ministry to see how best you can, as a country, deal with Facebook on such matters by ensuring that the privacy, not necessarily privacy, but the people are protected, because it is really getting out of hand. You open a Facebook account, they say verify. You verify, and there are 14, 15 accounts being created in your name. Every day, one or two are being closed, another one emerges. What is it that we can do about this?
So two quick things. First is that the Ministry of Communications has already rolled out a cybersecurity framework. I think an act has been passed by this House. There are a number of things therein that are aimed at ensuring that we have a tighter grip on the cyber challenges that we are having in this country. As I mentioned, I've been working with the Minister. I look forward to working with her so that it can see the light of day in this second tenure. Chairman, but on the other side as well, we need to also take some personal responsibility. If you go on social media and you see an account that belongs, or an account that purports to belong to somebody, and the person starts asking you for money through Momo numbers, I think some basic duty of care must also be encouraged on the average Ghanaian. And perhaps what we have to do is some more education in that area, even while we tighten the cyber security provisions as have been spoken about. Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, Sir.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the Ministry of Information exists to disseminate and inform the public about government policies and programs. One major department that helps you, the ministry, to execute this mandate is the Information Service Department. The Minister is aware that the Information Services Department does not exist in some districts, particularly newly created districts. And even in those districts that they exist, resources is a challenge. Sometimes to even get money to buy fuel so that they can go around to perform their duties is a problem. What will you do to ensure that those districts that they don't exist, you have, you open the department for them, and those who have but resources is a challenge, you are able to resolve it so that they can support you to perform your duties.
Chairman, thank you. As I mentioned earlier, at the last cabinet meeting of the previous administration, we got approval in principle for an ISD transformation program, as we call it at ISD. It includes provision of the information vans across all 260 districts, some logistics support to the district office. There are districts where it's difficult to find the basic logistics, as you mentioned. And then there are some places where there are no offices, so an adjoining district has to serve them. As I mentioned, we got approval in principle. Our expectation is that in the 2021 budget and the medium-term expenditure framework, it will be accommodated. My prayer will be that when it comes, I get the support and advocacy of the House so that we will get the resources and make this a reality.
Mr. Chairman, in one of the media press organized by the Honorable Nominee, he assured Ghanaians about the fact that government is stepping up messaging on COVID-19. And if you move in Accra, you hear some adverts being played to educate the people. But when you move to the rural areas, it's totally absent. When you are in Bodi district, Gaboso district, Kontomra district, Bia East, Bia West, you will never hear one advert about COVID being played. What accounts for that, and what are you going to do to ensure that those rural districts also benefit from this information, so that it will also guide them, so that they don't, they avoid COVID-19?
The honourable member is absolutely right. Messaging went down for a while. We are picking it up. It started very strongly in, may I say, the capitals. The challenge we have now is boots on ground. We have submitted the Information Services Department's budget to the ministry responsible for health. The minister assures me, or the president's representative, I beg your pardon, assures me that they are working to release some funding so that the vans can get back out there on the ground, especially on this mask campaign that we are currently on. And hopefully the people of Bodi will see and hear the vans out there.
Madam Chairman, lastly, there is a rationale for organizing media press to educate the people on pressing issues. And I just want you to look at the timing of late of organizing the media press. You know that in this country, from 6 o'clock to 10 o'clock, that is where major TV stations and the radio stations organize their programs. Of late, that is when you also organize the media press. And so people have divided attention. People who want to listen to the regular, media houses will not even listen to you. Don't you think that you should consider the timing? Because 8:30 to 9 is problematic for me. We want to look at the timing of organizing the media press so that many Ghanaians can listen to whatever information you have for them.
Chairman, I'll take my senior's advice accordingly.
They didn't hear you.
Oh, Chairman, I said I will take my senior's advice accordingly.
Yes, Honorable Minister for Communication, before I come to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the easy access to social media platforms, we've seen a proliferation of fake news, defamatory material, all published on social media platforms, and people hiding behind the anonymity of social media to publish all kinds of things. What are you going to do to limit this scourge and extend the reach of regulation and oversight to those who act in that manner?
Chairman, as I've mentioned earlier, the digital space is fast growing. I have with me a copy of the Afrobarometer dispatch number 250 of 6th November 2018. And a few highlights therein. For example, from 2014 to 2017, consumption of daily news from digital sources in 2014 had grown up. In fact, prior to 2012, you couldn't account for consumption of daily news media from digital sources. But from 2012, about 6%, then 2014, 30%, 2017, 31%, and I'm sure in the recent surveys, gradually, the market is tilting there. The traditional newspapers, etc., easier to regulate because they are registered and you can identify the people behind them, and therefore the levels of responsibility are comparatively higher. But on the digital platforms, it's easy for anonymous people using websites or social media platforms, etc. That is why we believe that the new broadcasting bill will help us to create a certain framework within which digital broadcasting and digital publication can also have some semblance of regulation around it. And as I've mentioned earlier, it's my hope that we'll get the support of colleagues when we do get to that point to implement it.
Mr. Nominee, does freedom of expression mean an unfettered right to publish anything, anywhere without limitation or boundary? And does the media have a duty to act responsibly in the discharge of their obligations as the fourth estate? And if so, how are you going to ensure that they do?
Freedom of expression, freedom of speech as a subset of freedom of expression, freedom of media is not absolute. As I have hinted earlier, even the Constitution, which recognizes these doctrines, make them subject to constitutionality and other laws that are not inconsistent with the Constitution. But interestingly, if you look at Chapter 12 of the Constitution, it ties in freedom with responsibility. If you look at the side notes, just close to Article 162, it says freedom and responsibility of the media. So I am a firm believer in media freedoms. I believe we all are. We should uphold it, promote it, safeguard it, but we should also at the same time be interested in supporting the media with the things that make it easier for them to also live up to the standards.
Chairman, just a little one. If you can just paraphrase yourself, you believe in media freedom. You want to add independence to it or just freedom?
Independence. And while we the media, so that they are also able to live up to the responsibility required of them. At the risk of sounding like I'm defending my media colleagues, Chairman, there are some of the infractions in the media space that are not out of malice. They are not out of malice. But because of the very liberalized market in which we are, there are people operating who have not had even the benefit of any training or support. And that is why I argue that we should support them so that they can do that which they desire to do without falling into the tentacles of irresponsibility.
Very well. Yes, before.
Honorable nominee, in your response to a question earlier asked about the closure of some radio stations, you indicated that what happened was a revocation of the spectrum authorization and not license, and not the licenses of those radio stations. I'd like to know from you whether you think there is any distinction between spectrum authorization and license, really.
Yes, Chairman, there is. If you look clearly at the constitutional provisions, it will be unconstitutional to purport to license any media house. The license that is spoken about refers to the authorization of the spectrum that those who desire to operate in electronic media must be given by the National Communication Authority. To that extent, I would say that there's a clear distinction between the concept of licensing media. For example, digital platforms don't require any spectrum, therefore they don't require any spectrum authorization. Print, same. For those who want to go into electronic and desire to use spectrum, frequency, they are those who must go for the authorization of that spectrum, because it's a finite resource, so that we ensure that you are on 90.3 and I can be on 100.7. That is why you would require that authorization to be able to use that spectrum, and I think that the distinction is clear.
Now, the minority leader earlier cited Article 162 and sought to demonstrate that 162 Clause 3, where the provision says or talks about press or media, line 2, press or media, his understanding is that the use of the word media here is expansive enough to include the electronic media. And the understanding of the use of the word license here, license, should cover the spectrum authorization. You sought quick refuge under Article 164 to justify why there can be some limitations to the enjoyment of the freedoms granted under 162. Now, I happen to act for one radio station which was shut down, a community radio station, namely Radio Mantambo, which operated around the Bimbila area. The reason cited by the NCA for the revocation of the authorization of Radio Mantambo was security concerns, that nebulous concept. Are you aware of any other reasons canvassed for the closure of Radio Gold, Radio XYZ, under the specific exceptions provided for under 164, which includes interests of national security, public order, public morality, and for the purpose of protecting the reputations, rights, and freedoms of other persons?
Chairman, as you have just read, Honorable Member, my understanding of the brief I received is that it sits under 164, specifically freedoms of other persons, rights and freedoms of other persons. Spectrum is finite. And so your allocation of a particular spot on it, 93.2, means that nobody else can use it. It means also, therefore, that some obligations are imposed on you so that you can continuously use it. If you renege on those obligations, and the Electronic Communications Tribunal is of the view that that amounts to giving up that spectrum, that, in my understanding, clearly fits under the question of the rights and freedoms of others to use that particular spectrum. Because if you want it, you fulfill the obligations associated with it. That is my understanding of the brief as I received it. Now, apart from that cluster, you are raising another station that you are mentioning was based on national security concerns. I unfortunately don't have a brief on that matter, so I am incapable of speaking to that. But to your specific question, my understanding of why spectrum, authorization, and the fulfillment of obligations associated with it is to ensure that the rights and freedoms of all other persons can be accommodated within that finite space.
A follow-up question on that. Rights and freedoms of other persons, in effect, would mean that some other persons may have been granted the frequencies on which radio stations like XYZ Gold operated. Otherwise, how does the concept of rights of other persons arise here? Do you know of any specific persons who must have acquired those frequencies that Radio Gold and XYZ used to operate on prior to the revocation?
No, Chairman, that is not the point I'm making. I think if we go back to the ruling of the Electronic Communications Tribunal, as by the learned Dateba, Dr. Nina Koino, etc., if my memory serves me right, They explain the concept of spectrum and why it is finite and why the dial you have must be protected for you so that nobody can interfere with it. And why, if it is being protected for you, it's a national resource which has been given to you to utilize. And therefore, you have some obligations to fulfill so that other persons can be stopped from interfering with it. And if you therefore elect not to comply with the fulfillment of those obligations, then the rights of other persons will kick in. It is not to say on a specific matter, I am aware that A or B or C is looking for a particular data. Indeed, if my memory serves me right, these frequencies that you are talking about have not been given to any third party, if my memory serves me right on that matter. Yeah, so there are no specifics I have in mind.
Yeah, lastly, you also, in response to a question on media, still on media freedoms, you stated that whenever it is proper that we do some form of validation whenever media practitioners come under attack to satisfy ourselves that the attacks suffered by media practitioners relates directly with the work they do. You made that proposition in response to an earlier answer. I just want to find out from you, as former information minister, did you become privy to any form of validation done in respect of the murder of Ahmed Swale? That is number one. And two, Adeti, who practiced from Bolgatanga, my regional capital. And three, Manasseh Azure, who had to flee this country because there were some threats on his life. Did you do any validation in respect of these three individuals?
Chairman, so on the case of Ahmed Swale, it's a very interesting point that you raise, because all of us today are operating with the assumption that the very unfortunate thing that happened to him was because of his work as an undercover journalist. I am operating under that assumption. I believe you are also operating under that assumption. The point I'm making is that because the police has not been successful in getting to the bottom of it, this is the assumption we operate under. There are instances, as I've cited in times past, where journalists have claimed attack, which has turned out to be untrue. There are instances where journalists have actually been attacked, but it did not have anything to do with their line of work as journalists. And I believe that, respectfully, I've cited examples here this afternoon. The reason for which it is important to validate is so that we can all come to a certain clear understanding of what the truth is and proceed from there to resolve the consequential matters. So in the case of Ahmed Swale, we are operating on that assumption. That is why every now and then, when I speak to my then colleague, the Interior Minister, I want to find out, have you gotten to the bottom of it? This is a matter that we should be able to deal with and find the perpetrators and bring them to book, like was done in the case of Kwabena Ining in the Ashanti region. It helps us to punish those who are responsible, prevent such acts from happening another time, and to put the record in its proper context. Adeti, for example, I met with him. I may not say some of these things publicly until I'm asked here. I invited him, his chief executive, Mr. Kwabena DC, and himself. I met with him, I spoke with him. I spoke to the regional police commander about whether or not safety mechanisms have been put in place for him to return at that time, at the heat of the crisis, and what mechanisms were being made to ensure that he was safe, even when he was here in Accra. I met with him here in Accra. If you take my brother Manasseh, for example, it gets a bit controversial because the information that's available to me at the time was that he reported that his life was in danger. The National Security Minister assisted for us to provide him with a police officer of his choosing to secure that. Later, the information I got was that he had left the country to take a break. He to the best of my knowledge, never went on record to say he had gone into exile at the time. It was Professor Kwame Kakari, who was formerly of the Media Foundation for West Africa, who in a public lecture then cited his travel and said that he had gone into exile because his life was in danger. Chairman, can I validate? Can you validate? I cannot. But I don't doubt him. I don't doubt him. The point I'm making is that we need to move the conversation from a point where it is he said, she said, and get to a point where a body that we all support can help us make progress in some of these conversations. Else, depending on where the shoe is, somebody will allege, somebody will deny. But if we are able to resource the NMC to execute this coordinated mechanism for the safety of journalists, we'll all be the better for it.
Yeah, I promised Obi. I'll come to you. Yeah,
very well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Kojo Oppong Nkrumah, MP of Washington. Congratulations. You are still 38 years old. Will you be the youngest Minister of Information? Yeah, thank you. Let's go to chapter 12 again. Article 1624. It says, editors and publishers of newspapers and other institutions of the mass media shall not be subject to control or interference by government, nor shall they be penalized or harassed for their editorial opinions and views or the content of their publications. Now, we see government in there, you speak for government. Would you say that this constitutional mandate has been complied with by President Kufuor's government and is being complied with? And why do you think that some sections of society give out this perception that government is harassing the media?
Well, I think that the Akufo-Addo administration has complied with this constitutional provision and has been ensuring that we do not control or interfere with the work of editors and publishers, or that we do not penalize them or harass them for their editorial opinions and views or the content of their publications. I think not only have we complied, but we have gone further to do other things that are aimed at enhancing access to information. I think earlier I spoke about the Right to Information Act, which was a bill that had come into this chamber for over 15 years, kept coming in and going. And on the watch of President Akufo-Addo, that bill has been passed into law. And today I'm happy to report to your committee the number of RTI requests that have come based on the infrastructure we've put in place and have been responded to. So not only have we complied with this, but we have gone further to do things that are aimed at expanding the frontiers. But it is true that there are lots of reports of attacks on journalists. That is true. And by the way, all of those reports are not necessarily coming from or accusations at the doorstep of government. In fact, you will recall that even in our recent elections, supporters of some parties that were not happy with some media houses participated. There are private organizations, there are people whose money locked up at institutions, they take their, anger on the media. So various sectors of the Ghanaian community are indulging in this. And I think it contributes to the perception, but as I've said already, we need to put in place a mechanism that helps us to validate, that helps us to track, that helps us to sanction persons who are involved, because we need to protect the media. The media, the fourth estate of the realm, provides the sunlight that helps our democracy grow.
Thank you. Now, we've heard about our colleagues talking about 164, which is very critical under the freedom and independence of the media. The media doesn't have unfettered rights in pursuing his vocation, but there should be laws which are reasonably required in the interest of national security, public order, morality, for protecting reputations, rights, and freedoms of other persons. Now, do you think there are adequate laws to back this provision, especially for public morality and protecting rights and freedoms, reputations of persons? And I'll tie in this with the LI, which was declared unconstitutional by the Supreme Court, and what efforts have been made to ensure that it's cleaned up and brought back to this place. Indeed, I was a member of I was the chairman of the Central Legislation Committee, which passed this LI, and I happened to be a member of the Media Commission too at that time. But the Supreme Court said it was unconstitutional. But I was thinking that with all these years, about 4 years now, would you say that we've worked adequately enough on these aspects to be able to enforce one's law?
Chairman, so the first part of my answer is that no, I don't think there are enough laws. There are still a lot of gray areas that need to be touched up, even including some of the ones you are mentioning about public morality. Secondly, the LI 2224, I believe, will be best grounded on a Broadcasting Act. Because in the absence of that Broadcasting Act, the LI, my view respectfully, is hanging, and you can't put something on nothing. And that is why I've mentioned earlier that one of the things we seek to do, after the consultations we did in the last 4 years, sending the draft bill back to the various stakeholders and getting their input, we couldn't meet the cabinet timelines, but what we are now poised to do is to be able to bring that broadcasting bill into this House, get the support of members, have it passed, and then proceed to do an LI, which should hopefully then have an enabling legislation beneath it that can stand the test of time. Because I think part of the ruling in that case, the Ghana Independent Broadcasters Association versus the Attorney General and National Media Commission, was that you could not, by legislative instrument, list out those sanctions that the NMC sought to put out for infractions. Any such sanctions will have to be contained in a proper bill, which becomes an act. That is assuming it is not unconstitutional in itself. And these are the parameters that we'll be working in, hopefully, if you approve me and I become minister.
The last one is about politicians who own media houses. There are several media houses, especially radio stations, which have ended up being owned by politicians or pseudo-politicians or people fronting for politicians. What really do you think are the challenges in this area as far as this matter is concerned?
So, Chairman, I think it's a position between two extremes. The Constitution gives all these freedoms, which allows everybody who qualifies and who can afford it, including politicians, to set up and own and operate media organizations. And I do not disagree with that. But on the South side as well, there are standards that must be met, including content standards. I think the real fear is that some politicians go very extreme, especially when they own media. And to cure that, what you need is a legislative framework that proscribes some things. If you have that, it doesn't matter who owns the station. Because it is actually possible that the politician does not own the station, but can do very dangerous things on the station. So respectfully, it is for me not about whether the politician is in ownership or not, though I agree it can give greater access and higher risk, but it is more importantly about setting the standards legally and the consequences thereof, so that politician or not, owner or not, you don't go there.
Yes. Susan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, in recent times, there are concerns over attacks on journalists, which has been raised over and over again. You have been seen to be condemning irresponsible journalism more than attacks on journalists. Would you say irresponsible journalism is the reason for these attacks?
Chairman, even before your committee, I have mentioned that even where journalists have committed some infractions, I believe that for many of them, it is not out of malice. It's probably because they have not benefited from the kind of training and standard setting that you would expect. So where journalists are involved in what you will call irresponsible journalism, even that is not an excuse to attack journalists or to harass journalists. It's not an excuse. There are legally provided avenues which give room for when you feel that you have been offended by the work of a journalist to employ. But violence, harassment of journalists is unacceptable and should not take place. So I consistently make this point, and that is why we even went further to put in place this coordinated mechanism for the safety of journalists, and at the same time, the Media Capacity Enhancement Program, so that we can help those who may incur some infractions, but through no fault of theirs, but at the same time provide a framework that can help us protect our journalists.
So if that is your position, then I think you should be worried about the closure of the radio stations that have been brought before this committee over and over again, particularly Radio Gold and Radio XYZ. The reason being that you have consistently said that we need to support journalists, we need to support them, even in the face of infractions. In other words, we are given a purposive approach, a purposive interpretation of the law.
This House makes rules, and we say we should support people who are breaching the rules. Please, let's move on to other things.
No.
Mr. Chairman, we make laws. Somebody has breached the law.
No, Mr. Chairman, my position is that the minister is saying that even in the face of what is seen as irresponsible journalism, there are some of them which are not out of malice. So my point is that, so the radio stations that were closed down, was their infractions out of malice?
Yes.
Chairman, I think my very good brother is putting the authorization expiration question in the same basket with irresponsible journalism. I think that the two are different. I think irresponsible journalism, which he spoke to, if I understand him well, is about a journalist who, in the line of his duty, is not complying with the guidelines or the ethics of the Ghana Journalism Association or of journalism. Those ethics, I came with a copy of them here. It's a whole list that every journalist is trained. Don't do this, don't do this, don't do that. Those are the ones that I think if you breach, we are talking about irresponsible journalism. And what I'm saying is that even where that happens, you don't have a right to attack or to harass the journalist. I think that is very different from a media house that has elected to go for spectrum authorization and has flouted the terms, has been fined by the NMC, has gone to court, and the court has ruled against him. I think that the two are very different.
Then, as a quick follow-up to that, in a very recent matter that got my attention, there was a similar case where a journalist made certain statements that were not in good taste. And what happened? This journalist was not only arrested and kept beyond 48 hours. At the time he was released, at the point of release, he was served with a contempt application. And this contempt was saying contempt of the judiciary, which was even unknown to the law. So my point is that there are things happening in the system that account for the reasons why the latest data on press freedom is ranking Ghana the 30th. And what would you do as a Minister of Information about these matters so that Ghana can, regain its place in the, in the international spheres?
Chairman, I think in my examples before your committee, I have cited specific names, for example, that I was aware of and how I, quote unquote, intervened in those situations. The incident that my good brother is talking about has not been brought to my attention. I am unable to speak to it specifically. But even beyond that, Chairman, I believe that we need to have solutions that are not personal, but solutions that stand the test of time. Institutional solutions. And that's why I've been speaking about the coordinated mechanism for the safety of journalists, the media capacity enhancement program, because I believe that these are two vehicles that if we support, some of these things, some of which may not have been directly brought to my attention, can be arrested.
No, here before. Yes.
Chairman, thank you. Minister, is the Advertising Association of Ghana under your jurisdiction?
No, Chairman.
Okay. Very well. But I want to posit a question in that area. They've been clamoring for the passage of the advertising bill, and they've been pushing for that for some time. They've been honoring lots of media personalities, including Bernard Avle at the last Gong Gong Awards, which I believe you participated in. They've been supportive of government efforts during this COVID times. Their Executive Secretary, Juan Francis Dazi, mentioned, I think a week ago, about the challenges that they are going to be facing during this after inception, and that bill ought to be passed, because if it's not passed, they wouldn't have a council to protect their businesses, and that Nigeria has an advertising bill or act in place that protects, and a council in place that protects that space. You being the Minister for Information, God willing, are you going to help that association push through that bill, the support of the appropriate ministry, I believe the Ministry of Trade, reading around it? Thank you.
Chairman, thank you. I've had opportunity to read that bill and to even profess some views to the association on it. I believe that the objective of the association is a very good one. Yes, you are right. In countries like Nigeria, they've made a lot of progress. Not only does it deal with issues of counsel, etc., but even advertising standards and other persons entering the marketplace and taking market shares unduly from current operators. I think, however, in the last draft of the bill that they brought, on their own volition, if my memory serves me right, they withdrew to do some corrections, and they are yet to come back. And as and when they do come back, you have my assurances that I would support the Minister responsible for trade to have it passed so that their subsector can also be well regulated to be fruitful, or more fruitful for them.
Second question is on projecting election results by the media. I'm sure you've projected an election results in this country before. I think in 2008 or 2012, you projected President Mills as the president-elect, I'm sure, around that time. It's become a topical issue. Do you think it's going to help our democracy, or it's going to hurt our democracy?
Chairman, the honourable member is right. In 2008, or I think January 2009, when the third round of that election had been concluded, I participated in the projection of the election results at a Multimedia Group Limited to the effect that the candidate of the NDC Professor John Evans Atta Mills, God bless his soul, was going to be the winner of that election. A projection is not a declaration. A projection is a statistical analysis based on all the votes that have come in and what is outstanding. And as democracies mature and media practice matures, it actually helps a democracy. Because as the results come in our case from 275 constituencies, and as the media, political science analysts, civil society groups are all before the full glow of the country going through the numbers and doing the analysis, and projecting, not declaring, projecting, they are in a place to now settle and conscientize the minds of the population about where this election is most likely going to end. I do not see anything wrong with it. I believe that it is part of the growth of the media and its protection that we are talking about here this afternoon. And all efforts that can be made to deepen and to strengthen our democracy and things associated with our elections, such as what you are talking about, should not be discouraged. Thank you, Chairman.
I have a program here. Honorable Sweeney. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me begin by expressing my concern when the nominees suggested, because we are past broadcasters, that our previous profession can be censored under the 1992 Constitution. But I think the remedy to what he suggests is in Article 165 and Chapter 5 of the 1992 Constitution. And so media men perhaps should not be that worried that somebody may just censor our work. Mr. Chairman, again, I have tried to avoid questions since this vetting started in relation to what happened to Radio Gold for very good reasons. But in an answer to a question that was asked earlier, I do not know where my colleague gets his briefing from, but it will be instructive for him to keep an open mind and perhaps get briefing from, all parties involved. I do know that the station, after a number of representations, withdrew their challenge even in court. Yes, they challenged the fines. The court ruled in their favor. The authorities saw in the ruling an opportunity to shut it down. It did. It challenged that opportunity again in court, but due to some representations that were done, even including a parliamentary select committee, the station decided to withdraw the cases based on an understanding that had been reached with the ministry, and followed through with requests that was made of the station to reapply for the authorization to use the spectrum. Those letters are yet to be responded to by the authorities. Now, Mr. Chairman, in all of this, my question relates to the broadcasting bill. I have seen the memorandum that accompanied the 2014 bill when it was worked on, but it never got to Parliament. And in it, I see, as a result of the quote, as a result of this, the country does not have clear, transparent, and uniformly applied legal criteria for the grant of broadcasting authorizations. Now, I took it from this point because it's talking about the number of laws we have in the media that are not consolidated, and that as a result of this, the country does not have clear, transparent, and uniformly applied legal criteria for the grant of broadcasting authorities. Now, this lends the process to arbitrariness and patronage. At the same time, the regulatory overview of the content of programs is virtually non-existent. I relate this also to a research report by Freedom House International, in which it says, in part, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, that in some parts of the world, the threats to press freedom are explicit. and often violent, and that journalists are murdered or imprisoned. States maintain strict media monopolies, and domestic audiences are cut off from foreign news sources. Now, such unambiguously hostile conditions typically elicit strong responses from international advocacy groups and democracies that are committed to defending freedom of expression. However, in a much broader range of countries, governments are using the more subtle tools of media regulation to restrict press freedom, maintaining a veneer of legality and pluralism that is less likely to draw attention or criticism from abroad. Manipulation of the regulatory framework allows leaders to either tolerate or rein in influential news outlets depending on the political situation, and permits even democratically elected governments to fortify themselves against future electoral competitions, unquote. Now, being a former broadcaster yourself, how does it feel, given what we know, and given the fact that all of this have contributed to Ghana dropping in the ranking when it comes to when it comes to freedom of expression? How do you feel as Minister of Information that all of this is happening under your watch, a former broadcaster, and what have you done to save the situation?
Thank you. Indeed, that publication from Freedom House which he refers to aligns with my comment earlier, and I think I was first to even say that that which ought to be done, which is this broadcasting bill that needs to be looked at and passed, we have to be careful so that it does not become the guise under which we claw back on the rights to free expression. I think I mentioned it earlier, because there is enough data that shows various jurisdictions where, in an attempt to handle some of the excesses that are being complained about here, it has been a cover for these clawbacks in those jurisdictions. And I think the point that I was making earlier, which sits very well with the article you just read, which is a view that my brother, who is also a former broadcaster, I believe shares, is that we should be sure that even in trying to solve the problem, we don't create perhaps even a worse problem in this space. My feelings are expressed, I believe, in that route, that this is how we have to handle it. There's a challenge on our hands we have to deal with, but we have to be careful not to fall into this trap.
Well, I hope we are not in the trap already. I think I'm suggesting to you that we are already in that trap, and perhaps we must be working together to come out of it. Now, Mr. Chairman, in 2017, when this House worked, the 7th Parliament worked on the budgetary allocations to ministries, the Committee on Information, I think, and Communication, presented its report. The chairman, Kennedy Ajapong, complained at the time about how much the state was owing the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. He did put the figure at around 40 million Ghana cedis then. In 2019, November 6th, actually, there was also a meeting with the president. The NMC complained, or if you like, pleaded with the president to help the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation to pay an electricity debt of about 25 million Ghana cedis. I recall going through the news reports that you were instructed to help make that payment. I don't know if that payment has been done. But my question is, recently, we lost one of our former leaders, the one I refer to as the man who ended the decade of decay and introduced democracy, God bless his soul, Jerry John Rawlings. And there was a state funeral that was done. GBC have accumulated these debts over the years as a result of the service that they have been doing for the state on behalf of government. At this state funeral, the information is that the coverage of that funeral was outsourced to independent broadcasters, so to speak. Why did the state do this? Do you know how much was involved? Who was involved in outsourcing the coverage of that funeral?
So, Chairman, the question is in two parts about how GBC incurs costs by offering services to the state, and a suggestion that the coverage of the funeral rites of His Excellency the former President George Rawlings was outsourced. So I'll deal with both. Chairman, I firmly believe that GBC costs for state events must be covered. The Director General of GBC would be the first to attest to my insistence that when a state institution asks them to do some program for them, because they know their financial situation, they should ask that state institution to write through the Ministry of Information. Because we also having clarity on their budgets can also then begin to say the cost of the satellite link or the cost of the wireless link will be X or Y or Z, and at least cover it for them. Then GBC doesn't incur these costs, because those are the costs that are crippling the organization. Chairman, here, Parliament, going through these hearings, GBC is required to cover it. Just 3 or 4 days ago, Director General copied me in on some communication that was ongoing, that their internet link between here and Broadcasting House had gone down, and if they did not have the opportunity to fix it, they did not have money to go and rent a satellite link. And I recall drawing his attention that if he formally wants to, because we can't interfere in the operation, if he formally wants to inform us to have an engagement with Parliament on their behalf, we'll be happy to do. So I firmly believe that GBC costs have to be covered, because we can't continue piling on debts upon debts upon debts. So it's a view that I think we share together, and to the extent that GBC involves the Ministry of Information in requests to cover state items, we will do well to encourage whichever ministry, department, or agency out of their budget to cover at least the cost of the satellite links, etc., because somebody has to pay. The second is this suggestion or claim that the coverage was outsourced. That would be incorrect. The coverage was done by state and private media altogether. The arrangements were such that a media village was constructed, where all media that was accredited was brought in, local and international. And feed was provided from the inner perimeter where the mortal remains of His Excellency the President was, into the media village. And a distribution box was made available for everybody to plug in and take that feed. Why? Because the Jerry Rawlings Foundation and the family requested that they did not want a multiplicity of cameras in the inner perimeter where the mortal remains of His Excellency the former President was. And they nominated to us an entity which they said they were comfortable with them being in the inner perimeter and bringing the shots out to everybody. I believe it was not unreasonable to accede to the request of the family of His Excellency the former President. And I believe that the media, as was all available in the media village, got very clean, distinct feed, and we did not have undignifying photos or shots of His Excellency our former President. But everybody was allowed coverage. Local and international media was allowed coverage from the media village and around the entire enterprise. The only place where cameras were not allowed, save for the cameras that the family requested to be in there, was the inner perimeter, where His Excellency the former President was lying in state.
Just a clarification. So the village and the entity that provided the feed, my understanding is that that entity that was responsible for those was recommended by the family, which you acceded to.
Yes.
At what cost? You didn't talk.
We have not incurred any expenses on that.
Okay. Now to my next question. You have talked about the role of the National Media Commission. And clearly, we all know that the DTT is the future. And as part of the policy, there's to be a company set up. That company is supposed to have a board, Per the policy document, the board is to be appointed by the president. Unfortunately, the institutions that are to be represented on the board, the NMC is not included in those recommended institutions. I'm sure this has come to your attention. Again, the company that has been set up by my checks at the Registrar General is Central Digital Transmission Company Limited. It is listed as a private company, has its lawyers as the secretary to the, as yes, so has its secretary to be the Akufo-Addo Prempeh and Co. and others. Has this come to your attention, and do you think this is appropriate? One, the fact that the board does not include the NMC, and then this company listed as a private entity.
Chairman, so for the matters you have listed, what has come to my attention, what I've been involved in, is the constitution of the board of the Central Digital Company. And I have actually sent in a recommendation to the Honorable Minister for Communications on our views on how the board should be structured. That and other residual matters to do with the operation of that organization, it is my understanding, were not completed before the first term of the Akufo-Addo administration came to an end. My hope will be that when you approve me.
Chairman, just one, I've just heard you make reference to Minister for Communication and your good self on Central Digital Board. Is it governed by any legislation, that board? Is there a legal framework?
Well, Chairman, as we stand now, the board and its constitution, its operation, the entire organization, are matters that were not completed before the tenure of the previous administration ended. And that is why I said that the one I was aware of and involved in was this constitution of the board. And my expectation is that when you approve me and we do get back in, we can work on these residual matters and tidy them up.
Chairman, my question is still, I believe, relevant. Parliamentary Service Board, enabling legislation, Article 124 of the Constitution. This Central Digital Broadcasting Board, what is the enabling law supporting its existence and its operation? Thank you.
Well, Chairman, at the risk of not going into too much detail, that is what I'm hinting at, some of the residual matters which were not completed. And my hope is that when you do approve me and I do get in, I'll work with the Honorable Minister to tidy all of those issues up.
Now, one for our fraternity, the GJA in Upper East Region. The GJA in Upper East Region. They claim you made a pledge of 10,000 Ghana cedis in support of one of their activities. You are yet to redeem, and even on social media, when one of their colleagues prompted you about that pledge made to them, you caused the person to come under so much attack that he had to apologize for reminding you of the need to redeem that pledge to support the GJA with that said amount. What do you have to say to that?
Chairman, unfortunately, I'm not aware of this social media chatter that my brother refers to. I do recall making a pledge to the Upper East regional branch of the GJA after I traveled to join them in one celebration. And I do recall issuing the instruction to our Chief Director to ensure that it is satisfied. I would expect that it is satisfied by now. If it is not, I'll be happy to look at it once again. But the social media chatter, with the greatest of respect, I will not be privy to it.
Well, I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want the nominee to very quickly come with me through his CV very quickly. I'm sure that page 1, he wanted to communicate WASI. Page 2, the employment history, January 7, 2017, it should be ending January 6, 2021. just for the accuracy of our records, and not January 7. Your tenure as MP and as Minister, the next entry, that should also be amended to January 6, 2021, because by midnight, we all did not have, by midnight of January 6, we all did not have portfolios as it were. Page 3 of your CV, we will also have to clean up President Kufuor as former head of state. We have to capture that accurately with think tanks as well. And the final page, I'm sure Pram is the address you want to provide. So I believe that these matters can be cleaned up with the clerk moving forward. My first question to the honorable nominee relates to a matter you keep stressing, which is validation. We lack validation. We lack validation of attacks on journalists, and that it shouldn't be I say, you say. I hold in my hands a compilation by the Media Foundation for West Africa, chronicling what they call press freedom violations in Ghana from January 27 to December 2020. They have chronicled as many as 56 of these violations, which is staggering. In real essence, it means that on the average, we are talking about one attack a month on the average, and for the 4-year period. You'll agree that that is also affecting our global press freedom index and ratings for that matter. We have lost our #1 place in Africa. 2018, we were 23 out of 180 countries surveyed. We have dropped to number 30. 2019, we dropped 4 places. 2020, we dropped 3 places, and we keep sliding negatively. Will you consider this compilation by the Media Foundation for West Africa a credible validation, which you have been requesting for, that we need to have? And how are you going to respond to this report and end this rather sad situation that journalists find themselves in? I don't know if you are conversant with the report, but you see that virtually every non-journalist is featuring here on this list, from Anas to Umaru Sanda, Delaro Soloklu, Edward Adeti, Latif Idris, Kwachia Frenyama, Ahmed Hussein Swale, Captain Smart, Abdul Hai Mumin, Winston Amwa, Evans Mensah, Gifty Ando Apia, Philip Osebonsu, Lord Edu Asari, Sandra Obribia, Ose Kwejo of PFM, and many others. Have you seen this report, and does this constitute enough validation as you are looking for?
Chairman, the Media Foundation for West Africa is a very well-respected civil society organization in the area of press advocacy and press freedoms. I don't have much basis to doubt what they will put out. Suleimana himself is a very well-respected person. I don't have any basis to doubt what they put out. But I'm sure my brother will agree with me that the validation I'm talking about is not even about the best of works by the best of CSOs. The state must respond to the challenge that we have. And it is within that context that I'm talking about. The state, through the National Media Commission, putting up its dedicated response. It will perhaps be a good complement to what we are all trying to fight.
So assurance, what are you going to do? We shouldn't leave matters hanging. So if the Media Foundation for West Africa compilation is not sufficient and you want something done by NMC, what are you going to do by way of policy? Because we have to end this. It's getting out of hand.
Chairman, first of all, I did not say the Media Foundation for West Africa's publication is not sufficient. What I'm suggesting is that the state must have its response, even despite what respected organizations like this do. But Chairman, I've already mentioned that we have put in place a whole coordinated mechanism for the safety of journalists. We have worked with the journalists GJ, GIBA, NMC to develop it. It has gone to Cabinet. It's received approval with a caveat. NMC should implement it. NMC is seized with it. The Ministry of Information has provided some funding to NMC to go ahead and implement. I think the last activity was in November last year on it. I can see that they don't have enough resources, and that's why when I mentioned it, I said that for all of us who are committed to this, let us also support the NMC so that they are able to deliver on this for our common good. So work has already started. I think what we need to do is all to be committed to that work that has started and to support it so that it succeeds.
My second question is to take you back to the response you gave on the mystery $150 airport antigen test by Frontiers Healthcare Services. You told us that the matter was escalated to the task force and even suggested respectfully that we have been asking the wrong people. If the matter, as you say, was escalated to a multi-sectorial task force, is that not the reason why members of that task force, like the Minister of Health, should know? He directed us to the Ghana Health Service. The Procurement Minister yesterday directed us to the Minister of Finance. The Attorney General nominee, who is a governing board member of the Public Procurement Authority, says he has no idea. So you are now today directing us to the Transport Ministry within the confines of Article 21(1)(f), where the people of this country have the right to information. And government must be transparent and accountable.
Honorable, Article 21(1)(f) has been clearly provided with rules how to go about it. Can we take advantage of that so we can move on with this?
So the matter is that logically, if the matter is escalated to a multi-sectorial task force, shouldn't the answer be available multi-sectorially? Shouldn't multiple ministers know about it and be able to help this committee?
Chairman, with respect, I don't believe that the question that has been asked, if I am correct and if I've heard what has gone on here well, I don't believe that the question that has been asked is, do you know of it? I believe the question that has been asked of my former colleagues who have been here has been to elicit whether or not they have cited the contract. I believe. It's different from knowing and different from citing the contract.
And how the procurement, Chairman, would you understand, then the procurement process used in arriving at Frontier.
Yes.
And then the contract. But of all the answers, you are Minister for Information.
Yes.
You are unlike the others. You are Minister for Information.
Yes.
And you are also member of the Presidential Task Force.
Yes.
What do you know about it?
Okay. Chairman, I'll come to that question. I want to quickly respond to the first question from my brother earlier. So, first to say that the question has not been, do you know or not? The question has been, among other things, whether or not they have cited the contract. The Minister of Health, if I recall, the President's representative of the Health Ministry, if I recall, said that the Presidential Task Force is the one that supervised that enterprise. So he has not cited the contract. The Attorney General designate, I think one also said he has not cited that contract. The Procurement Minister designate, I think in response to your question about whether or not she as Procurement Minister designate did not have oversight over it, said that no, oversight over procurement rests with the Finance Ministry. With respect, I don't recall her saying that for the copy of the contract, we should ask the Finance Minister. I think that these were specific questions. But, Chairman, my answer I've provided as a member of the Presidential Task Force. And in response to Leader's question, what I do know is that the COVID response program was escalated to the Presidential Task Force level. At that level, the Ghana Airport Company Limited was tasked to explore what testing options it could find that could deliver instant, reliable tests as close to PCR, and which could therefore allow the reopening of the airport. They then came back to report that they had been able to secure one through an arrangement with a private sector organization. And I volunteered the information that the Ghana Airport Company Limited, that did this with respect. It's an agency of the Aviation Ministry or the Transport Ministry. I wasn't saying that you were asking wrong people the questions. And therefore, I'm hopeful that when the Transport Minister designate comes, and the question of whether or not he has cited the contract, and even the residual question of why not some other options, he will be best placed to respond. At the task force level, we were briefed, and this is what I'm able to share on it.
My third question to the nominee.
Honorable Blocko, just a second. Chairman, with your leave, I think Honorable Haruna Idrisu made the point that you are Information Minister. Are you able to get in touch with Ghana Airport Company Limited to give us some information as to whether there is a contract executed between its office and that of Frontiers Healthcare Services?
Well, Chairman, as I mentioned earlier, I believe that the Minister for Transport designate will be appearing before you and will be able to perhaps deliver the closest to first-hand information on it. If I am requested by a committee to engage Ghana Airport Company Limited and fetch a copy of it for Parliament or for the committee within the rules of what is appropriate, I'm sure I'll be able to oblige that.
Mr. Chairman, my final question to the nominee relates to a matter he has been very vocal about and speaks to quite often, the financial sector cleanup. And you have indicted the previous government for regulatory weakness and laxities. You have also said that there's a need to take on shareholders and directors who have plunged this country into the significant pain and suffering of many, many of our compatriots. But I have been researching on the list the Bank of Ghana published, the 347 microfinance limited companies list as published. And I see a company called Oval Microfinance Limited. And looking at page 2 of your CV, you indicate that between 2014 and 2016, you were managing director of West Brownstone Capital, Accra. West Brownstone Capital Limited is listed in the documentation I have here from the BOG as an affiliated company of Oval Microfinance Limited, which is one of the companies whose licenses have been revoked by the BOG. And the BOG concerns are that the company valued a 2-story building at Pokiasi, owned by Vincent Kojo Oppong Nkrumah, shareholder, and has capitalized it without approval from Bank of Ghana. The market value was 1.6 million. Majority shareholder Vincent Kojo Oppong Nkrumah transferred all shares 82% to West Brownstone Capital Limited, an affiliate of Oval Microfinance Limited, without approval from Bank of Ghana. Companies registered, approved, paid up capital by Bank of Ghana was 100,000 Ghana cedis as of 30th September 2017, and was below the statutory requirement of 2 million for all Tier 2 microfinance companies. The company's paid up capital was impaired due to persistent losses arising from poor loan recovery and high operational costs, contrary to Section 28(1) of the Banks and Specialized Deposit-Taking Institutions Act 2016 at 930. The net owned funds was negative 5.161 million. Company's capital adequacy ratio was 487.46%. Non-performing loans of 1.4 million. The company failed to honor its statutory payments such as staff income tax and Social Security and National Insurance Trust contribution to its workers since January 2017. Company defaulted in maintenance of primary reserves. The company was rated critical. The company was insolvent. This is the examination report. And the directors here, Kwame Oppong, Nkrumah, Magdan Edu Asamoah, Patrick Kinsley Nyena, Gerard Edu Jemfi. How do you respond to this report? And how do you assure Ghanaians that this whole financial sector cleanup and the punishment of persons or sanctions being meted out to persons who caused this is being done fairly and nobody, including your good self, is being left off the hook?
Chairman, thank you. Yes, I have spoken on behalf of government about the financial sector cleanup exercise. We have been at pains to explain the various reasons that occasioned the difficulties in the financial services sector, including, as my brother mentioned, questions of regulation, etc. Yes, Chairman, he is right. Between 2014 and 2016, my private business invested in this organization as the largest shareholding entity in this organization. Between, I think, 2017 and 2019, the directors and management reported to us that they were having difficulties and requested of us to recapitalize the organization. I was not in a position to inject any further capital. The outline that you have mentioned talks about my personal investments in the company. I was not in a position to invest any further capital in the organization. And the Bank of Ghana, after it adjusted the statutory requirements for capital, because the requirements for entry was not the same as they kept adjusting, I came to the view that they were in breach of what the new statutory requirement was. As I mentioned, I as a shareholder, and indeed many of the other shareholders, could not reinvest in the organization as was being required by the directors and the management. And the Bank of Ghana effectively revoked its license accordingly. I believe the second part of your question will deal with whether or not there's any impropriety that is found on the part of the directors or managers or shareholders. And to that extent, I'm not sure that the report before you suggests so.
The report suggests that West Brownstone is a beneficiary of what is known in the industry as I'm looking for that page of the report, but essentially that as shareholder you were given some money, about 212,000, and actually you are amongst the top 20 defaulting customers. West Brownstone is number 1.
Chairman, I'm not sure that will be accurate. To the best of my knowledge, West Brownstone was not indebted to the organization as at the time that the Bank of Ghana was conducting its exercise.
So there was no internal party lending in this instance?
There was no outstanding liability.
I'm grateful, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I also wish to congratulate the Honorable Minister nominee. Honorable Minister, social media has been referred to today in terms of its negative impact and abuse. But social media has now become an integral part of communication. How do you intend to use social media? You have already referred to the Afrobarometer report, which states that at least a third of Ghanaians are looking to digital information and communication. How do you intend to use social media as a medium to educate and inform Ghanaians about government policies and programs, and to seek their feedback on the governance process?
Chairman, thank you. I think, as I mentioned at my last appearance before your committee, social media cannot be ignored in the communication enterprise. And for that reason, we, for example, at the ministry, set up our own social media unit which today I think has been able to recruit about 1.2 million individual Ghanaians and therefore is able to reach out to them directly. We've also encouraged ministries, departments, and agencies and actually supported them in having dedicated social media channels that are able to directly engage with the Ghanaian public. Our expectation will be that moving forward, we're able to extend that even to the retail level to include ministers specifically, members of parliament and other high-ranking officials that people expect to receive or consume information from. But in so doing, ensure that their accounts and their handles are verified so that the risk of people utilizing it for other purposes is curtailed.
Mr. Chairman, during your tenure as Substantive Minister for Information, we saw a tremendous transformation of some of the agencies under you, like the Ghana Publishing Corporation. A lot of physical infrastructure changes and equipment. Unfortunately, some of the other agencies like GBC, and I kindly, respectfully request of you to visit GBC in Kumasi the next time you are there, their facilities require some facelift, and I believe some other regional GBC offices. Is there any plans to look to upgrade some of the physical infrastructure of GBC across the country?
Chairman, yes, it's a question of resourcing, but as I hinted earlier, the National Media Commission is leading a GBC reorganization program. Our expectation is that out of that program, there will be clarity in terms of the legislation, in terms of the resource requirements, and we'll be able to do this exercise of reinvesting in GBC and some of the other state-owned media organizations.
Yes, and the Right to Information Bill was passed under you as Minister. I know you have done a lot. Can you briefly tell us the status of implementation and what measures will be taken to educate Ghanaians on how to take advantage of the right to information?
In my responses earlier, I outlined the many things that the RTI division, as we created at the Information Service Department, has achieved and the benefits that have come out of that. I think one of the outstanding items, I mentioned some items are outstanding, is public education on it. If you don't complete the internal work and you make a lot of noise about it publicly, what ends up happening is that you cannot deliver even on your brand promise to users. So having come to the end of the internal exercises that must take place, we'll be looking to do a lot more of the public education so that people can know where to go for information, how to apply for it, how to seek redress if they feel there are challenges. Chairman, may I also mention that the RTI Commission has been set up. The governing board has been sworn in by His Excellency the President, and they have commenced their work. They are taking leadership in working with us to develop the legislative instrument that is required to flesh out the gaps in the RTI Act.
Yes, Neil Nkrumah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. First, Honorable Nominee, let me ask you, former staff of GBC who have gone on retirement, for the past years, been fighting for the payment of their end-of-service entitlements. Over the period, for almost about a year now, faithful servants of this country like Gertrude Opariado, Esther Sinofred, Kumasi, and the rest have been traversing your office without any attention. What really is the problem? Why are they not being paid their end-of-service awards?
Well, Chairman, if the suggestion is made that they have been traversing my office without any attention, I would respectfully say that that suggestion would be incorrect. I have had a meeting with them here in my office in Parliament where they outlined their challenges and served me with a document which I ferried to the GBC Director General and then I think to the board chair of GBC. Chairman, as I've mentioned earlier, when dealing with state-owned media, you have to be extra careful. The National Media Commission takes leadership in their matters. This is a particular matter that, if my recollection is accurate, they have, I think, a collective bargaining agreement or some union structures that create some benefits for them. The challenge has been how they will fund those benefits at their company level. And they have quite a significant backlog of people who have worked there and who they expect to benefit from this, I think, union agreement or CBA, who are not benefiting from it. Our expectation, Chairman, is that under the reorganization program and the resources that can hopefully be made available under that program, we can satisfy some of those obligations that GBC itself is struggling to satisfy. Between their, may I say, representation to me, and then what I've done is to bring their issue to the limelight, to the quarters that matter, that if some resourcing can be made available and prioritized, maybe in terms of age, to begin to dispose of it while we're waiting for a substantive answer, it won't be a bad idea.
Chairman, permit me another GBC question, because you should know. The Bible says go back to the first
Go on with
love.
your second question, please.
So, in an answer to a previous question, you mentioned the training of good spokespersons on various sectors. I want to ask, why would you go out to recruit the spokespersons when we already have the Information Service Department staff trained, and also even GBC rural radio stations out there who can easily communicate government policies and programs?
Chairman, thank you. I think the simple answer is that some of the areas are technical. For example, we are about to have a vaccination rollout program. Vaccination rollout program comes with things like ultra-freeze temperature management, logistics, and other things, which are very technical, but which, for the purposes of what we are doing, require some mass communication. I am not even equipped, even after my years in this enterprise, etc., to be the one to lead this technical aspect of the communication. And so are many aspects of our national life developing and requiring that we have people who are well skilled to lead that kind of communication enterprise. And so the reason for which we will be looking to invest in these 5 spokespersons is to mirror them to each of the 5 subcategories of cabinet, so that for the various sectors, infrastructure is a technical area, security is a technical area, general administration is another area, as I mentioned, social services, including health, etc., they can do that bridging of the gap at the top level. That is not to say that at the ground level or across to the ground, you are going to be recruiting spokespersons. No, we are talking about these 5 subcategories of cabinet so that they can help regularly interact, provide the answers that the media is looking for in these areas.
Same on GBC, with my past experience. For time now, GBC has had problems covering for Ghanaians, for the benefit and enjoyment of Ghanaians, certain very important sporting activities and events. For example, a Ghanaian is involved in a world title fight, the Olympic Games, and the rest. It becomes almost difficult for GBC able to send these signals to our rural areas like the chairman's constituency, because of the commercial interest involved in this. Then GBC is said to go out there and compete with other private institutions to get sponsorship for these things, which normally is not the case. GBC has a public, there is a social responsibility to the Ghanaian. What are you going to do to make sure that at least government in its responsibility towards the Ghanaian takes or helps GBC to be able to also do this or discharge this responsibility to the Ghanaian populace?
Chairman, I think it's about rights, building a consortium, getting advertising resources or resources to pay for it. In the last major tournament, I don't quite recall the name of the tournament, when I was approached by what they call the consortium, I invited all of them to a meeting and opted to assist them in two ways. First, for the state to pre-finance the rights, and second, for the consortium to commercialize the rights so that we can at least refund what the state had paid. And I think we were able to recoup, I dare say, about 90% of what the state invested. And my suggestion to them, and again, because GBC, state-owned media, you can't dictate, you can't direct them what to do. My suggestion to them was to make that consortium permanent. So a consortium on sporting rights, made up of public and private media here in Ghana, so that when these big events or these big sports games, etc., are coming up and the consortium is interested, the government can assist by prepaying and can assist them to ensure that we sell to all of these private entities that are looking for the same eyeballs, and then that money can be refunded. It is a proposal we've made available to them. They promise that they will come back on it. I expect that if I do resume office, they will come back and we'll be able to act on it accordingly.
My last question, Chairman. There was recent hullabaloo about your ministry, one of your ministries, let me say Ministry of Communication, and the National Communication Authority. One of, I mean, government ministries. I'm not saying, he speaks for government.
Honorable, did you say one of his ministries?
No, one of government ministries. Okay. Taking back or appropriating some of these old frequencies and channels that have been reserved for GBC since long, from which one was given to multimedia to get you to work there. Huh? I said one of the frequencies is what Joy has used in the time past to get you a job to do. Oh, I'm coming to my question. Why are you in a hurry? What was your reaction to that? And do you think it was necessary for that attempt in the first place?
Chairman, just a quick correction. No, I did not work on any of the channels that had, or any of the DTT channels that had been given by GBC out. I worked at Multimedia on 99.7, which was an arrangement earlier between GBC and them. But the issue you are talking about are the DTT transmission channels on their multiplex, if I'm correct. So, Chairman, you would recall that with the advent of DTT and various technologies, there are different transmission companies. So there's Multi-TV that transmits, there's DSTV that transmits. In fact, GBC TV has what we call the T1, that has about 11 or 12 other channels on it. I think when COVID came and we were looking for channels, it was even GBC T1 that had one redundancy channel, and I mentioned it as part of the successes we've chalked, that they were able to create the learning channel, which helped us pretty well. My understanding is that the operators of the DTT channel under the Ministry of Communications sought to create redundancies on their platform and invited all the stations that had more than, I think, 1 or 2 channels to a meeting and explained to them the rationale and suggested that they should go back, engage with their boards and management, think through it, so that in the end they could keep their 2 most important channels on it, and then redundancies could be created. Now, Chairman, you recall that GBC, for example, operates all of its 6 channels on the T1 platform and has even added other private channels onto it. GBC has 1 channel on the DSTV platform, and I think on Star Times and other platforms. It was unfortunate that after that initial conversation with GBC, what came out was news reportage that the Minister of Communications had instructed GBC to shut down 6 channels. I don't think that that was an accurate reflection of the conversation that was going on. I think GBC petitioned the National Media Commission, and I wrote a brief to inform the National Media Commission on what I knew about the situation and how I thought we could resolve it. Thankfully, the matter has not been retired. You'll recall that as part of the engagements that were ongoing, the President instructed that the processes be halted for some further consultations. And I believe all the representations that are being made, including the brief that I sent in, will all be factored in resolving the matter.
The second level of the question, do you think it's necessary?
Thank you. Yes, Honorable.
Do you think the second level of the question has not been answered? Do you think that exercise is really necessary?
Honorable Patricia PJ, please.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, congratulations once again. The Honorable, Mr. Chairman, the Honorable nominee, in an earlier submission, made a very interesting but factual statement that the media provides sunlight that helps our democracy grow. Mr. Chairman, it is widely known that one critical challenge confronting the media industry is capacity building. Your predecessor, when he attended to the House in 2017, gave us an assurance that he's going to actually deploy some of the funds for media development, the Media Development Fund, to address this challenge. You've also mentioned a scheme. You mentioned an media enhancement scheme. I'll be very interested if you can expatiate on this scheme for the benefit of this House. Thank you, so that we know exactly where you're going.
Chairman, thank you. Chairman, very briefly, it is actually the same thing. Initially, there was a conversation of a media development fund. Indeed, the previous administration attempted it, administered it in a particular manner. When we assumed office, when I was deputy minister, the minister at the time worked to see if we could revive that fund for it to progress. And it's in that light that he made those representations. Eventually, when we settled on, and by the time I was in the chair, was the Media Capacity Enhancement Program, which is a targeted response by helping to put whatever resources that government can find and can mobilize to use in terms of helping to build the capacity of practicing media persons. Now, because government doesn't want to be the one determining the content, etc., what we did was to set up a working group made up of people within the industry and academia, and to create a framework where we can provide them with the resources for them to actually go about the exercise of doing the administering of the capacity enhancement program. And we look forward to it taking full flight in the second term.
Honorable, now leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just want to find out from the nominee in an answer to an earlier question about the 56 incidents of attack on the media over the period 2017-2020 and our ranking from 23rd position in 2018 to 30th. He mentioned a lot about what National Media Commission is doing to enhance media freedom in our country. I just want to find out from him, over this period that you were there, you were deputy and then substantive minister, what concrete steps have you taken or have you put in place to enhance media freedom in our country?
Chairman, I've mentioned two specific programs under my leadership, which the expectation is us are being institutionalized, would lead us to eventually overcome this challenge. One is the coordinated mechanism for the safety of journalists, which we believe is a big response to protecting media freedoms. That is the one that I've said that we drew up the program working with the NMC, GIJ, GJA, GIBA, and out of that came up with a cabinet memo, went to cabinet, got approval with the caveat that NMC should implement and not us. And we have provided resources to the NMC, and they are on the path to fully executing it. And I used this committee's hearing as a platform to appeal to all who are interested in protecting media freedoms to help support the NMC, including financially and with resources, so that they can excel in utilizing it.
Mr. Chairman, that's where my worry is, because this program, as you may be aware, had been there before you got your ministry.
Which one? The coordinating?
Yes, the National Comprehensive Framework on Safety of Journalists.
No, I'm not aware of this. And it is this is a program, as I'm speaking about, that we conceptualized right from the beginning. Our media colleagues themselves will tell you about the meetings we had at Alisa Hotel, etc., to put it together. So this is not the national
the comprehensive framework. How different is that from what was there?
Well, I don't even know about it, so that's how come I don't even know.
My worry is that for 4 years, if we've not been able to get its full implementation, what guarantee are you giving us that in the next 4 years, if given the nod, this will be fully implemented?
Chairman, I've been minister for 2 years, and in this 2-year period is when the crisis itself escalated, during which period I've had to put in place this response. My hope is that in the next 4 years, we all will be able to get some support and resourcing for the NMC to fully execute it. The second is the Media Capacity Enhancement Program, which is aimed at building or enhancing capacity. The media has outstanding capacity, but we need to build on it. And that is the other one that I spoke to. So again, for that as well. But that is being led by us directly, but the working group on it is the one that is executing directly.
Mr. Chairman, on 30th May 2018, you and I, our colleague, Honorable Kencity Oppong, sat on his radio station and TV, and out of anger from the investigative journalism of Tiger IPI, made a lot of comments, some even attacks, and suggested that persons, I mean, if I may quote in tree, he said, if you meet him anywhere, slap him mercilessly. Yes, I said it. Beat him. He added, this is a matter, this is a matter of public. What were, at the time, even though I know at that time you were a deputy minister and that, in that sector.
Sorry,
what did you
said
do?
That?
Come again?
I had a quote. Who was being quoted?
I was quoting Kencity Oppong. And I said that even though during that time he was a deputy minister, what did you do when the member of parliament was issuing all these threats?
Well, Chairman, that specific matter, as I'm sure you are aware, is still the subject of ongoing police investigation. I would pray your indulgence that I do not make any comments on it.
Well, Mr. Chairman, will he agree that such acts are attack on media freedom?
Chairman, I think in my earlier responses, I have said quite clearly that no amount of harassment or verbal or physical attacks should be inflicted on the media, even if we think that it is indulging in what some may describe as irresponsible conduct. Because for some, it is because that is the only way they know. And what we ought to do is to support them with training and resources so that they get on the right path. I believe that my comments express clearly how I feel about that matter.
So you agree that that was an attack on media freedom?
Chairman, as I mentioned, I believe that my comments express how I feel on that matter.
So you agree that that was an attack on media freedom?
Honorable,
Mr. Chairman, this is a very straightforward yes, no. Because you have said, the Constitution has said so, and you have also expressed that yes, regardless of whatever happened, harassment, attack, and probably even worse, murder,
Honorable Member, I think you can make your own interpretation from his statement, but if you agree, is asking for an opinion, which you know are rules don't around. So your interpretation is up to you, but please leave him out of that.
Yes, so I just want to hear you. So you agree that that action
Chairman, it goes without saying. I have expressed how I feel about it. I believe it goes without saying that, yes, that is my position.
Unfortunately, even though you yourself, you were a practitioner, and at that time you were deputy minister, I never heard you condemn this. Why?
Well, Chairman, the truth is that at that material moment, I honestly was not aware of this matter until after the fact, when all of these things came up. Chairman, there are 500 and so radio stations across the country. Not everything that happens on those platforms come to my attention in real time. In this particular instance, as you talk about, I believe even for many of us, it was after the fact that the associated matters became publicly known. So it will not be out of 10 that you would not have heard me at that time, because it was not something I was aware of.
But when it did come out, with the videos and the comments, I never heard you
because when it did come up, it was also now a matter of a subject of police investigation, and I cannot prejudice that.
No, but condemning an act does not in any way interfere with investigation.
Condemning the act, Chairman, we have today before you, I have extensively spoken about why I do not believe that media should be attacked or harassed in any way. I think my position on that is very clear. But on a specific matter that was under investigation at the time it came to public limelight, I pray my leader to bear with me that it would not have been appropriate for me to be speaking on ongoing investigations.
Mr. Chairman, for the avoidance of doubt, I've heard him speak earlier on the murder of Ahmed Saleh and how you were saying that's the perception, that is even you yourself, that's also the impression that you're also carrying, the suspicion. It's been over 2 years. Has government found any contrary position to the fact that he was murdered because of the work that he did?
The police have not told us so.
So long as we are concerned, he was murdered because of the work that he did, and that was attack on the...
Yeah, that's a suspicion that we are all operating with.
So you agree
including myself, that's a suspicion that we are all operating with.
So you agree with the international press freedom when they add the murder of Ahmed Saleh as part of those who have died in the line of their duty?
To the extent that no contrary evidence has been provided, yes, I would agree with them.
Honourable Member, what is the basis of that conclusion? Have they provided any evidence to suggest that?
Evidence has been provided to suggest otherwise. I will not fault an international organization that therefore proceeds on the generally suspected view and adds it to their rankings.
What do you then say to those who claim that, well, it's sad, it's unfortunate for people to say that the murder of Ahmed Saleh is an attack on press freedom? What do you say to people who claim that it is sad and unfortunate that the murder of Ahmed Saleh is being counted as attack on media freedom?
Well, I think that they need to understand the context within which some of these statistics, etc., are put together. Because unless you have some contrary evidence, the generally suspected view is what will be applied in this case. But this is also why, Chairman, as I mentioned earlier, it's important to have a mechanism that helps us to validate, to track, to follow up, to put pressure on the entities that must work.
So do you remember the President saying this himself? Our President saying this himself?
Saying what?
That it's unfortunate that the death of Ahmed Saleh is being associated with attack on media freedom.
If those are his words, I think that is also understandable because, like I've explained, you either have contrary evidence or how those who are accounting for it on the global platforms will do will be to add it.
But for the president of our country, where we, our constitution, and as people, we tout ourselves in the freedom of expression of the individual, do you think that this was a good thing for the president to say that it's sad and unfortunate that people are associating the death of Ahmed Saleh to attack on press freedom?
Yes, because it would have been best if the police had come to a conclusion on that investigation so that that matter can be settled. To that extent that it is not done, it's a sad spectacle.
Honorable Nominee, do you remember in July 2019 in London during the Global Media Freedom Conference? This is what you said. It is very disappointing that a case of Ahmed Saleh as high profile like that which walked us back on press freedom has remained unresolved. Why did you, and unquote, why did you say this, walk us back on press freedom, if you didn't believe, or if you would support those who say it is sad and unfortunate that his death is being associated
because,
with
Chairman,
press freedom?
consistent with the conversation we've been having, until you have contrary evidence, it will be added and it will walk us back.
Now, as the Minister for Information and also maybe a former practitioner in the media setting, since the death of Ahmed Saleh, is there any steps that you have taken to help speed up the investigation? Because it's been 2 years, it's over 2 years, and no information is forthcoming from the...
Chairman, the President's representative at the Ministry for the Interior will be the first to attest to the regularity of my queries to him on how far they have come on that. As you do know, investigations are within the ambit of the police, that is under the Interior Ministry. I cannot bypass him and go directly to the agencies, but he will be the first to speak to the regularity with which I request for an update from him. Because the truth is that it's not a pleasant thing for that thing to be hanging around our press freedom record. It will be important for the police to come to the bottom of it, find the persons responsible, and bring them to account. I do concede that sometimes investigations take time, even in the best of police environments, but I think we cannot stop but continuously remind the police that that is an outstanding matter that must be resolved.
Mr. Chairman, when a journalist on Munchi FM is said to have threatened the life of the president, can you hear me? I'm saying that when a journalist on Munchi FM is alleged to have threatened the life of the president, he was arrested and is facing trial. When the Honorable Professor Ampofu, the national chairman of NDC, is alleged to have threatened the chair of EC, he is
Well, Chairman, as I mentioned, in my opinion, respectfully, the best person to respond to that will be the Minister for Communications.
So you are not aware whether the National Media Commission was consulted or not?
Chairman, I have not said so. I have suggested that
So I'm asking you whether you were aware they were consulted or not.
To respond to whether or not they were consulted will be the minister responsible for communication.
No, but you are working with both the National Media Commission and the GBC, and you said here that the minister did talk to you or consulted you before engaging Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. And I'm asking you whether you are in the know that she did consult National Media Commission. This is a very simple yes or no.
Well, Chairman, I do not have any information to that effect.
So you are not sure whether she did or she didn't?
I do not have any information
Honorable
to that effect.
Chief Whip, please move on. He has answered that question about 5 times.
What will you say to those who say the attempt to take over the channels of Ghana Broadcasting Corporation without consulting the National Media Commission was a usurpation of the powers of the National Media Commission and an attempt to disregard the National Media Commission in the affairs of the state broadcaster?
Chairman, if there was no consultation, then that will be the case. But as I mentioned, I am not able to respond to that question as I said before you.
What will you do as the sector minister, if approved, to avert a situation of some of their channels being taken in future?
Chairman, as I've mentioned, there's a GBC reorganization program, which includes which platforms they will be operating on, how many of their channels they intend to put on those platforms, how they will be funded, what their legislation says. It's an entire program that the National Media Commission is leading for us to execute. It's my expectation that that program will respond to all of these outstanding concerns about GBC.
Others are of the view that our current structure, where the National Communication Authority authorizes and supervises the authorization certificate of frequencies to FM stations and TV stations, should be something that should have rather been under the National Media Commission. What is your view on this?
As in the frequency authorizations?
Yes, authorizations.
Chairman, I don't share that view.
Why?
Because the usage of frequency is not just by media. And so a body that is dedicated to the management of frequency, distinct from the National Media Commission, which is a constitutional creature with its functions, is the best placed body to handle authorization matters.
Mr. Chairman, in an earlier answer to a question about the Central Digital Transmission Company Limited, he said the process was not completed and he believed that the implementation hadn't started. Just for the avoidance of doubt, I just want to be sure whether this was a public entity or a private entity.
Honestly, Chairman, my recollection of the type of entity is not very clear. I honestly do not recall what type of entity that it was. There were, and that's why in answer to the earlier question, I said the parts of that conversation that I recall include the constitution of the board, which I wrote to the Honorable Minister about, which we are in the process of working on. Unfortunately, it could not be completed before the term ended.
And this company was supposed to more or less regulate the flow of the TV channels in the country, is that right?
No,
if I heard the Minister for Communication right, even though she's not sitting in the chair, that it was just providing an asphalt for every vehicle to be able to pass on, whether it is an articulator or a Kia or a taxi, so that it's just a provision of asphalted road that will be accessed by everybody.
Chairman, my recollection is that the Central Digital Transmission Company Limited is not a regulator. It's a transmission service company where companies that are authorized plug in and transmit their content through their equipment.
So you are not sure whether it's a public entity or a private entity? You couldn't answer
Chairman,
that
I have
clearly.
answered earlier by suggesting that my recollection of the type of entity is not clear. I do not recall what type of entity it was. What I recall was to do with the issues of the board constitution, which I made representations, and which and other matters are still residual matters that we expect.
Mr. Chairman, if you were sending reps to a board, I thought it's only fair that you should be interested in knowing which board you are sending your representative on.
Chairman, we were not sending reps to the board. We were having a conversation about the composition of the board of the company. And we made representations to that effect of what we think the board of the company ought to look like and who should be on the board. That is the furthest that we went on that conversation.
And when this company is also going to include some of the state-owned media passing through it, wouldn't you be worried to find out what kind of board it was going to be?
Well, Chairman, as I've mentioned in our consultations, we're not at that stage yet. We're talking about who ought to be on this board when it is created. And those were the representations that we were going through.
Because if it was going to involve state-owned media, I mean, as a member of parliament, as Minister of State, as a media practitioner yourself, you want to be saying that, oh, then let's refer to the act that established it, so that we can see what the act says, who and who should be on it. But once we are proposing persons onto it, there's no any legislative, what do you call it, there's no any existing law or instrument that was guiding that. Obviously, you should be worried as a minister.
Yes, Chairman, that is why I've said that there are residual matters that need to be dealt with on that particular project. And my understanding is that it has not been completed. And for example, these concerns that the Honourable Member raises, I believe, can all be accommodated in the conversations that will ensue.
Would you say that, even though this was asked earlier about the absence of National Media Commission being on that board, will you say that such a company, organization, or agency should rather be operating under the National Media Commission?
No, Chairman, I would not say you should be operating under the National.
No, I haven't said you said. I'm saying that I'm of the view that if it's going to be providing access for television channels and what have you, because of our constitutional structure, this should rather be under National Media Commission.
Yes, and Chairman, I'm saying that I do not share that view. I believe that the National Media Commission must have a role to play. I have made representations on how I think that should be structured, or let me say my ministry has made representations. We are in the process of having those conversations on those residual matters. I don't think we should prejudice it by trying to resolve it here on this floor. As I mentioned, with your leave, if I do get into that office, I believe we can deal with those residual matters.
Mr. Chairman, will you be surprised if I show you the profile of the Central Digital Transmission Company Limited, and on their registered profile, it shows that they were going to be a private entity? Will you be surprised?
That they were going to
they were registered,
they were
registered to partake a private activity.
Well, Chairman, as I've mentioned, the knowledge as I have of this matter is the discussions that are ongoing. If there's any additional information, if it's made available to me, I believe that we can factor it into the residual conversations.
If, after you leave here, you confirm that this is a private entity, will you advise a private entity to be doing this that involves state-owned media and other property other property that are state-owned?
Chairman, I think like the expression goes, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. When we are seized with all the rationalization and the reasons for whatever proposals this may be, we'll have an opportunity to have a discussion on it.
Well, Honorable Nominee, do you own any media house in Ghana?
Yes, I do.
What's the name?
I own ABC Communications Limited, or I'm a shareholder in ABC Communications Limited that operates a radio station in Achimota.
What of MX24?
MX24, that will be a television station.
Yeah, is it yours, or do you have a share in it?
No, I do not have shares in it.
Did you apply in last parliament for members holding profit?
Yes, I did, and was certified as such.
So you did, just
yes,
to be sure that you can carry out your business activities.
Absolutely.
Hold it there, Chairman, just there. Have you declared your assets as required under the 1992 Constitution?
Yes, I have, on the assumption of office and upon the exit of office.
All right, thank you.
So, Mr. Nominee, Mr. Chairman, so in that case, you are both a policy maker and you oversight, and you are also a participant in the media arena.
When you say participant, you mean as a shareholder?
Yes.
Well, yes, to that extent, yes, I'm a shareholder.
So you are both a policy maker and somebody who oversights, and you also a participant.
Well, as I've explained, to the extent that I'm a shareholder, I'm one of the shareholders, you can say so.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to find out the television station, when was the frequency issued? When was the frequency issued? The frequency for the television MX24 issue?
I would not know.
But is it when you were Minister for Communication, Minister for Information?
I would not know. I am not a shareholder of that company. I would not know.
You are not a shareholder in the MX24?
No, no.
Mr. Chairman, during the COVID and its reportage, since the outbreak, I mean, has government extended any financial assistance to any media houses that you know?
Chairman, no, not that I'm aware of. I have made representations that where funding is available and is possible, we should support the media because, one, the media has been taking a lot of risks, going out there interviewing people associated with COVID in these risky times, and two, COVID and the economic slowdown has also affected how the media business is operating. I am advised that as resources improve and as we continue to support various sectors of the economy, that will be considered.
Chairman, in an answer to an earlier question about the Presidential Task Force, you said that you were not privy to the nitty-gritties of the agreement. Is that the understanding?
I have never used the word nitty-gritties here, Chairman. I have not said so.
You said you are not privy to the details. Is that what you said?
I have not said so. I have explained my participation at the task force, the instruction to the Ghana Airport Company Limited, what they did and the detail that they brought back to the task force. And I have suggested that the transport minister may be in a position to provide any further details that this committee may be looking
But you don't have any details on the agreement, do you?
No, I do not have details on the agreement.
And since the issue became topical, people talking about it, I mean, the minority then issued a press statement and a press conference. You never find it necessary to find the details as information minister.
The brief as I have is sufficient to me. If there are any specific details that I may be required to look for, maybe if you ask of some specific detail that ordinarily I should have, maybe I can answer you on that one.
When the company, the Frontier Health Service Limited, was registered in Ghana, do you have that information?
No.
About when
the company was registered in Ghana?
Yes. No, whether they have operated any laboratory in Ghana?
No, because they are not details that in the ordinary course of my work it will come to my attention or that are required to be known at this point in time. I have not heard so far any claims, for example, that the procurement was done out of order or that there's anything questionable about this organization to arouse my interest in going fishing
Honorable
for that.
Nominee, you are a lawyer. You said so. In an ordinary agreement, will those details be contained in any such agreement?
I'm not even sure, Chairman, if the recitals will be in that agreement.
It's not likely
even if it will
there.
be in the recitals of that agreement, I'm not sure.
But Mr. Chairman, the interesting thing is that when issues come up from any government sector, I normally hear you come out, you articulate, and you try to get the final details to be able to feed the public about their doubts, about what the facts are, But I'm surprised that when it came to these frontier health services, most of the questions that are being asked, the procurement method that was used, who are the owners, do they operate any laboratory, how are they operating at the airport, how do they arrive at their charges? You don't find it necessary to inquire this information and be able to educate the public?
Educate the public, Chairman, on when the company was incorporated, etc., may not necessarily be what I would desire to do. The biggest thing I've heard, which I think has warranted my attention and my curiosity, has been on the cost of the testing, about $150 initially, and then now cut down to $50 for Ghanaian and ECOWAS citizens. I have inquired about why. I'm told that that is the agreed price between the airport company limited and the private service provider who was providing it. But beyond that, I mean, Leader, with respect, issues of date of incorporation, etc., will not ordinarily fit in my line of work.
Mr. Chairman, in an earlier answer to a question about whether it's not very clear, the company that you own is in your CV, yeah, where you are the managing director, West Brownstone Capital. Is that the name? In an earlier answer, you said that they didn't have any liability, outstanding liability with over microfinance.
No.
Is that what you said?
Yes.
Is that for a fact? Because you're under oath.
Yes.
Well, there's information from Bank of Ghana that indicated that they have their outstanding of 212,751 point something. Is it accurate?
No, I would contest that, and I would believe that if this is information that you desire to verify, I'm sure the Bank of Ghana can verify whether this is true or not.
But you are also a majority shareholder in the over microfinance.
Yes, that's what I referred to. My company was a shareholder in it.
And did you borrow from Unibank?
Did I do what?
Yes, the operations of the over microfinance.
Did I borrow from over microfinance?
The over microfinance borrow or took any loan from Unibank or Unisecurity?
I would not have the full details on who they took a loan from.
But you are 82% shareholder in there, right?
Yes, but there are directors and managers who run the organization, Leader.
And if you, before that company could take a loan, obviously the directors will have to be in the loan. And you are a director.
No, shareholder.
You are a shareholder. And you are the lion shareholder, because 82%. And yes. You think that if they are going for a loan, you will not be in the loan?
Leader, in their ordinary line of business, they used to raise liabilities to create assets. They would not come back to me on every single one of those.
Are you aware that they have defaulted in payment of their loan that they took from Unibank, Unisecurity?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Mr. Chairman, very lastly, on 6 April 2020, the Dirty Dollar, the DW Dirty Dollar, they wrote to you about an assault of one Mr. Yusuf Abdul Ghani, who works for Zuria FM in Kumasi, about an assault from a military lady. And the letter was signed by Christophe Jompe, that's the head of corporate communications and PR, requesting that the matter be investigated. I don't know whether, did you receive that letter from DW?
I'm not sure. They wrote to me where, at the ministry or
yes,
my personal capacity, or where?
Yeah, the letter.
This was a hand-delivered letter?
The letter was dated 6 April 2020.
No,
about
Chairman,
an incident that happened on 5th of April 2020. You never received that letter?
No, I do not know if there's a stamp from the ministry that says this letter was received from the ministry on that day or on any day. I don't know of this.
Mr. Chairman, he said that so far as he's concerned, Manasseh Azure did not leave this country because he felt threatened. Is that the impression that I got in the answer that you said?
No, I have not said that. I said the information that was available to me was that he reported that his life was under threat. With the help of the National Security Minister, we provided him with a police guard. He subsequently left the country. He himself, I never heard say that he had gone into exile because his life was under threat. It was Professor Kwame Kakari who, in delivering a lecture, said so. Do I doubt him? And I went further to say that, no, I don't, but it is one of those matters that we have to get a framework that allows us, like all of the other matters I've spoken about, to validate. I have not said the words that you...
But you remember how you disagreed with him vehemently when he did the Castle documentary about the thugs that were training
Yes,
at
I
the
recall.
castle.
Yes, I recall.
And how he was speaking to National Media Commission.
I led the government report to the National Media Commission.
And then subsequently you were seeking multimedia to apologize.
Yes.
And you thought that all those things do not fall under Article 1624, where it talks about the harassment that you said your government has complied with throughout the 4 years.
Chairman, no. Article 166 provides for the National Media Commission, membership now of 18, following the amendment by Act 527, which, among other things, if you take Article 167B, says to take all appropriate measures to ensure the establishment and maintenance of the highest journalistic standards in the mass media, including the investigation, mediation, and settlement of complaints made against or by the press or other mass media. Our report of multimedia and my good friend Manasseh to the National Media Commission was not out of hatred or dislike or malice. It was because we disagreed with the piece of journalism they had put together. And Chairman, if you observe the petitioners we sent to the National Media Commission, we were profuse in even saying that we hold the station and its work in high esteem. But in this particular instance, we disagree with the work that they had done. I don't believe that reporting them to the NMC for adjudication amounts to harassment.
Mr. Chairman, the nominee is a lawyer, am I right? Your CV says so.
That is correct.
A practicing one, or?
No, I'm not practicing at the moment.
I noticed that after the Supreme Court hearing, you are one of those who give the commentary, right?
That is correct.
And also the President representative at the Ministry of Information.
That is correct.
So when you are giving that brief, how are you doing that to a private citizen, or in what capacity are you doing that?
Oh, I think the designation is very clear in that instance that I am the lead spokesperson for the President's legal team. I think that designation has been clearly announced. So when I speak there, I speak as lead spokesperson for the President's legal team, explaining the legal positions as has been advanced in court, explaining the view of the second respondent, and responding sometimes to comments that may have been made by the spokespersons for the petitioner's legal team.
So how do you then separate or differentiate your role in speaking for the state and speaking for candidate Akufo-Addo?
So, Chairman, how we do that is that very often we try to let our address be known. So there are many instances in which, during our briefs, we say that this is the position of the Akufo-Addo administration. In fact, I think my colleagues in the media will tell you that I am the one who profusely uses that expression, that the Akufo-Addo administration, and that there is one government of Ghana. This is the view of the government of Ghana. And then when we are speaking for the state as well, we're able to make that distinction. We try very hard to make that distinction clear.
Very last. Who is Kwame Oppong Nkrumah, the chairman of Over Microfinance?
That's my father.
That's
my father.
Oh, that's your father. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Do you want to ask any questions? Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Chairman, I knew about the Ghana Publishing Company some time back, and if you compare the current state of the Ghana Publishing Company, there's a clear, dramatic improvement. Are you able to tell this committee what has been your role in terms of contribution to the current state of the Ghana Publishing Company?
Chairman, so the company has a board and has a managing director. Our work at the ministry is limited to the kind of direction and facilitation we provide for the board and the managing directors and when they request it. So, for example, when they requested for some policy support in acquiring new equipment after board approval, we're happy so to do. And then when they came forward requesting for policy approval to go into security printing, we ferried same to cabinet, got the approvals, and then ensured that same happened as well.
Honorable nominee, the Information Service Department, clearly with the passage of time, in my view, cannot remain what it is. There should be some changes in the operation and the kind of staff we even employ there. What transformational efforts have you thought of or seeking to employ, if you are gracious enough to be given the nod by this committee?
Chairman, as I've mentioned earlier, we've already rolled out the ISD transformation program, which seeks to reorganize ISD into public education, RTI, research, and public relations. And we've already started work on that path. I spoke about what we've done with the PROs, what we've done with research, and now what we seek to do with the public education division. In the second term, the idea is to go full throttle in execution.
Honorable nominee, I witnessed how you coordinated government response to COVID-19. How effective has it been, and are there any lessons going into the future?
I think one of the first lessons is that we can use our own to solve problems. You know that the president's team that is put together is made up of Ghanaians who are showing their abilities and their excellence in various areas. It is, for me, a major lesson that we don't always have to rely on the West to find solutions to our problems. I think another lesson is the urgency of the now in dealing with crisis situations like this, so that when London is burning, we don't sit and fiddle our thumbs as leaders. Those will be two quick examples or two quick lessons that I draw from how the president has led this enterprise.
Honorable nominee, the president, in his wisdom, commissioned the national framework for the prevention of extremism and terrorism, which I'm sure you are well aware of. What specific steps do you envisage going into the future in terms of adoption and practicalizing this framework?
Well, in terms of my area, one of the things that is required is public conscientization. Because if the public is not aware of the risks of terrorism, etc., it may even be walking around in the community and they may not pick it up. Extremists sliding into communities, seeking to radicalize some of our population may not be picked up. So in my area, one of the big things is the level of public sensitization we can bring to bear so that people can know their obligations and participate in this.
Honorable Dobini, I recall, I think the 7th Parliament, I served on the Special Budget Committee, and there was a concern about monitoring of our media landscape, and that the National Media Commission was seeking to procure a particular gadget of substance to facilitate the monitoring activities. I don't know how far this has come, and if it is known to you, what has been done about it.
Yes, Chairman, the National Media Commission shared with me their costings for that project. Our expectation will be that as we get into a new budget cycle, we can advocate for them to be given those resources to execute this.
Chairman, I'm grateful. Thank you.
Yes.
Chairman, I should thank you for the opportunity, and I also join you and colleagues in congratulating our colleagues. But just taking it from where the Honorable Muntaka ended, Oval Microfinance Limited, you have a legal background. You have a legal background and have studied corporate law. Is it not the case that in many instances that companies have to borrow, it is supported by 2 resolutions, including shareholders' resolutions as a practice?
Chairman, I think it's a direct test rather. There may be some exigent circumstances depending on ticket levels that may go up, but I think normally that's a director's job.
Yes, I say board resolution and shareholder resolution. I'm just finding out.
Chairman, my corporate law knowledge is that mostly it's board resolution, but depending if it's some extraordinary escalated matter.
You are a member of the Presidential Task Force on COVID, as you indicated.
Yes.
The government procured a number of PPEs. Is that the case?
Yes.
Can you just share with this committee how much it costs procuring a mask from your ministry? Just mask. How much did you pay for it?
Chairman, unfortunately, I don't have the per unit cost of a mask as I sit here before you. It's something I can find out.
You undertook procurement of PPEs. I'm aware of that.
Who, me personally?
No, the ministry and the Presidential Task Force and other stakeholders.
Yes, but I personally do not know the cost per unit of a mask. Perhaps the persons who are at the forefront of the procurement exercises will know.
So your ministry didn't procure masks?
Chairman, my ministry procured masks.
At what cost did you procure unit cost of a mask?
Chairman, I can fetch that and then make that available to the committee. I don't have
Chairman would need that evidence of how much it costs procuring a mask for the state so that we compare it to other procurement process. That's nose masks. Did you procure other PPEs other than the mask?
Not to my recollection. I recall that I think journalists and ISD staff at a point, some provision was made for them, but I don't have any further recollections.
All right, thank you. In an answer to an earlier question, you were emphatic that you took over affairs of the ministry in 2019. Your handing over records says it differently. Which should we rely on? I see that in a page, and I have it here. Handing over Ministry of Information 2020, there's a paragraph, and I quote Chairman with the indulgence. The ministry was under the leadership of Honorable Dr. Abdul Hamid since its rebirth in January 2017 to August 2018. He was succeeded by Honorable Oppong Nkrumah, August 2018, and not 2019 as you submitted to this committee.
Chairman, I think the appropriate date will be November 2018. November 2018.
Chairman, I'm not challenging him. This is an official document signed by you.
Yeah, Chairman, we've noticed that error, and the error comes about because the letter which is inserted into it.
So should I assume that there are many errors in your handing over notes?
No, Chairman, that is the only one that we cited.
Office, we cannot have that?
No, Chairman, that's the only one that we cited. And it is because the accompanying letter, which you will find has been attached to it, was signed separately from the document itself.
Chairman, these are not my words. I'm quoting from his own officially submitted record. And this is the record which is made available to us. What plans do you have for the Ghana News Agency? They still have problems with staff. They have problems with office accommodation. They have challenges. You know what Reuters is doing. They can link up with many of those major international links. What specific plans do you have for the Ghana News Agency?
Chairman, I think the new leadership of the Ghana News Agency has developed a clear plan for turning the organization around. Their challenge has been resourcing. What we are exploring with them now is how to get a number of state-owned enterprises or state-owned entities that regularly pay money to international organizations to promote their work, to instead contribute that same amount of money to GNA so that GNA can use it, as it were, to recapitalize and turn its operations around. This will include the Free Zones Board, the GIPC, the Ghana Exports Promotion Agency, and related agencies that usually rely on international communication platforms to promote their work. We are looking to work with them to rather channel that funding through GNA so that GNA can do that same exercise for them.
Are their staff, just like many other staff at the Information Service Department and others, as captured in your report, suffering from the general unattractive conditions of service? Is there anything you can do about it, or generally public service of Ghana?
Chairman, you're talking about the Information Service Department, correct?
Yeah. ISD, all the entities under you, I see unattractive conditions of service.
So for ISD in particular, we've managed to get them a new scheme of service, which steps up their compensation and the environment within which they should be working. For GNA, I've just spoken to how we hope to get resources injected therein. GBC, I think I've spoken to it. Ghanaian Times is what we are working with their leadership on. They have had significant changes in leadership, which have made it difficult for us to get their buy-in on the proposals we have. As I've mentioned, specific to the state-owned media, we can recommend and suggest, but because of the creature that they are, we cannot, as it were, force things on them.
Chairman, I further will note that there is general lack of interest and enthusiasm in local sports, particularly football. I know you are not essentially responsible for football, but because you are, your mic, sir, because you are responsible for information, what is it that we can do to raise new consciousness and interest in our local sports? And what will you do as minister to enhance that?
If my memory is correct, in the UK at a point in time, the mandate of sports was commingled with, I think, media and culture. Because I think the view was that media is a good tool for promoting sports. I believe that a stronger collaboration between the promoters of sports themselves and the managers of the media enterprises can assist in bringing back the love, as it were, and showing up interest in local sports.
Yeah, in an answer to the Honorable Muntaka, when he referred to the Manasseh Azure expose, and you relied on the ruling of His Lordship Gatiba, if you read the ruling well, there are cautions at all times as to efforts and attempts by state institutions to emasculate the media. Harassment of the media may not necessarily be a direct harassment, but will you admit